In just one
On April 11th,
Be accepted. Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Good evening, nice woman. How can I help you today?
Give me the dick. My penis!
Hey, man! Yo! This woman just sexually assaulted me!
What are you? Gay? Hey, y'all! This nigga gay! He don't like being assaulted by women! Ah! Gay!
homo,
Sassy.
zesty,
Diddy?
I'm gay because I don't like being touched without my consent?
Yes. Women don't need consent for anything. Just enjoy it, bro. Let it happen. Don't fight it. Be a man.
No!
Well, yeah, I am tired. I got up at 6 a.m. and then I just had like a 4-hour nap, so I am tired.
She didn't respect my boundaries.
Having boundaries as a man is gay.
queer. We forgot that one.
You also gay because you stopped a woman's sexual advances. Imagine, that's gay to us.
What?
It's okay to be gay if you're actually gay, but not if you're straight. Then it's not okay to be gay.
How does that make sense? Is anybody gonna do something about her assaulting me?
Men can't get assaulted. They can only do the assaulting. Duh.
Huh?
You're assaulting her right now by calling out her assaulting you, actually. Yep. That's right. If you don't let her assault you, it's rape. So now you're a weirdo rapist who is also gay.
Asmond Gold says he hopes Metal Gear Solid Delta Force Snake Eater doesn't make the game political. This firmly cements my suspicion that he is an absolute idiot.
Guys, we have a problem. Yesterday, I
Oh
dropped
my
a
God.
tactical hard R to try stop him.
Like, I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then because we didn't even the term hard R didn't even exist.
I just hope this game. I just hope they don't remake it and make it political. You know. 3 million views. That is crazy. The joke is that
Million people, and it
So people are complaining that the boss looks masculine when in the original game she looked masculine. Like, are people forgetting... Are people forgetting what the boss looked like in MGS3? Like, dude. She kinda looked like a butch lesbian in the original game, bruh. Doesn't really look much different than she did in the original game. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Where's the fucking Reddit post? Oh my god. I hate it when they do that. Like, dude. What's the difference? What?
Can we watch the Frank vid that you never ended up watching yesterday? 99999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999.
I'm just gonna skip that. If James Wade, aka Sam, shows up, then sure. Otherwise, I'd rather save Frank reaction for when he shows up. Thanks for the donation, Come Trap Burgess. Dodo donated $2. Okay. CNN gets rare access into prison holding ISIS fighters. Is this in Afghanistan? Tommy Kunwar donated $2. You talk a lot about Israel-Palestine, but what are your thoughts on the India-Khalistan conflict, especially since a lot of it is panning out on Canada? I don't know. Haven't looked into it, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. India... Khalistan. Oh, I see. Okay, no, I do know a bit of this. Separatist movement seeking to create a homeland for Sikhs by establishing ethno-religion and sovereign state. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. They basically want to overtake the Indian government. So it's fucking stupid. Yeah, it's dumb. Thanks for the donation though, Tommy Kunwar.
Cell phone videos of ISIS's brutal justice that the world hoped it would never see again. Shared for the first time with CNN, these images weren't captured in Raqqa or Mosul in 2016. They were taken in 2022 in the Al-Hol camp in northern Syria, the sprawling dumping ground for the women and children captured after ISIS was defeated.
It's fucking hilarious that everybody's talking about fucking Israel-Palestine when the Syrian civil war has been going on since, what, 2011? ISIS is still present in the region, too, by the way, and, like, it's a way bigger humanitarian issue.
5 years
but
after
nobody
the fall
cares
of the
because you can't blame the Jews.
ISIS's ideology lives on here. Security officials warn it is a ticking time bomb, ungovernable and hostile to the outside world.
You can see just how vast this place is. More than 40,000 people are living here, and the most dangerous part of the camp is called the Annex. That's where some 6,000
Fat penis, floppy penis, brown penis, smelly penis, small penis, big penis, itchy penis, hard penis, thick penis, bent penis, cold penis, soft drippy penis, hot penis, old penis, gay penis, funny penis, poopy penis, wet penis, fake penis, penis with a purple hat just like you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Suck and fuck my juicy butt. Appreciate it.
It has spread like cancer, to the point that even Hassan is defending Osman now.
There's no fucking shot that he's being serious. I'm not getting baited, chat.
What has transpired in the past 20... Sanity. More than 20 million people seeing this and commenting about it, with no one, and I mean no one, providing context or correcting what happened. Now we can obviously take it and will continue to do so with a smile on our face.
So people are actually mad that the boss isn't hot in the new Metal Gear when she wasn't hot in the old Metal Gear. She was a super, super masculine woman. Like...
But this situation...
Like, what's funny, too, is they haven't even revealed Ava yet. Ava is supposed to be the hot bitch of the series, so... Why are they fucking complaining about the boss?
reminded me how not everyone is like Asmund. There are wonderful, wonderful people like Jokat who just could not take it.
McGoal was being sarcastic when he dropped his brain dead take. I want to say, as a former bigot, this is a common tactic we'd use to shield our motives because we were that brainwashed. That's right, because you used to be stupid, then everybody else is too. Oh my god. It's a joke. It's breaking a bottle barrel of defense mechanisms. Every person is writing essays. I hope they don't add gay people or minorities. Like, I think that what's so disarming about this controversy...
Dude, I think when they see Sigint, a black dude, everybody's gonna be like, black guy, when he was in the original fucking game.
Is that it's so stupid, I'm struggling to even believe that it's real. Have you missed out on sponsors because of these people? Or have you ever lost a sponsor for like a day and then it just goes away? I think and also like a lot of sponsors, like they're gonna look and see like what actually happened. And they're gonna see it's just bullshit and they're not even gonna think about it. And
Yeah, that, this just seems like an accurate recreation of what the boss would look like in Unreal Engine 5.
1,000 foreign nationals are currently living.
We were granted exceptionally rare access to the annex by the U.S.-backed Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, who control the camp. The women here hail from more than 60 different countries. Several raise their right index fingers for the cameras, a sign of solidarity with the Islamic State.
Bullshit, donate $2. Heavyweight UFC fighter versus chimpanzee. Who'd win? There's a very high likelihood the chimpanzee would win because it wouldn't follow UFC rules. So chimps are very quick. They will gouge out your eyes. They will rip your balls off. And they can literally tear your face off. So I'd put my money on the chimp, honestly. Thanks for the donation, though, bullshit.
Do you regret your decision to join ISIS, or?
Why should I regret? She complains that the conditions in the camp are awful.
There are people in the world who will say, you went to join ISIS, you deserve it. You deserve it. What do you say to that?
Normally, even with enemies, yeah, women and children need for medical service.
The majority of Al Hall's residents are kids who have ended up here through no fault of their own. The UN has called it a blight on the conscience of humanity. It is effectively a prison camp where women and children are arbitrarily and indefinitely detained.
Well, that seems fucked up. Dodo donated $2. 80% of what I got recommended on Twitter to me these days is tweets from Elon Musk himself. Chemtrail and other conspiracy theory nonsense, and this even though I don't follow any of this. The link he gave me is broken. It's not giving me anything, but... Yeah, dude, that's Twitter. Elon Musk deliberately changed the algorithm so basically everybody sees his tweets. And Twitter is just a cesspit of Nazi and cuckoo wacko propaganda. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
You don't actually believe philosophically that good can exist independent of the knowledge of what is bad/evil, Richard. What is decided as good is based on the information about the world you've obtained, and especially that which perpetuates suffering.
Good is just a preference, and what is bad just merely goes against your preferences. So, I don't know what the fuck you even mean. Good can exist independent of knowledge of what is bad, evil. I don't even know what you mean by that, but again, moral realism is fucking retarded. None of these principles are objective. But thanks for the donation, God.
A group stops us with a frantic plea. One of their sons has been arrested trying to escape the camp.
She's asking if she can get her son back who's in a prison. He's 10 years old.
We wanted to send him out so the SDF wouldn't take him, she tells us. Once boys turn 12 here, they take them. It is a troubling story we hear over and over again. The SDF says it is their policy to separate adolescent boys because they are being radicalized by their mothers. An SDF raid earlier this year netted this video of a training session for children inside the camp. The SDF claims young teenage boys are married off to repopulate the next generation of ISIS fighters, which they say may explain the roughly 60 births recorded here every month.
Just kill them. Like, does anybody have a problem with killing Nazis? If we had a camp filled with, like, actual Nazis, people who wanted to eradicate the earth of Jews, would anybody have an issue with just blowing them away with machine gun fire? These are literal modern-day Nazis. They're fucking whack jobs. Blow them all away. I don't care if they're fucking women. Fucking execute them. What is the point of allowing them to live? They're fucking insane whack job fascists.
Holy crap, they sent her son to a camp and forced to marry. Why the fuck are SJWs gifting these creeps?
Well, because they want to kill Jews, and SJWs hate Jews now, apparently. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This is where some of those boys end up after they are taken.
Why am I streaming so late? Well, I streamed really early. I think I started the stream this afternoon at like 12 or 12:30. But, I wanted to do an evening stream, too. I was actually planning on streaming a little earlier, like around 8 or 9. But, I just needed some extra sleep. So, took a nap. Just woke up a few minutes ago, so, now I'm here with a nice big bowl of watermelon.
The Orkesh Rehabilitation Center. Conditions here are much better than the camps, but there are only 150 beds, and they are all full.
No, Richard, you are retarded. I never said morality is objective. I'm just saying there would be no appreciation for what you see as good in this realm without lots of bad also existing. The choice of good versus evil is how all the fun plot lines are made.
I don't believe in that idea. That's just fucking stupid. Like, dude, if you are getting your dick sucked, like, feels good. You don't need to be punched in the balls or kicked in the dick to know that, like, blowjobs feel good. It just feels good. So that's just fucking nonsense. Thanks for the donation, though, God.
Shamil Chakar grew up in Cologne, Germany, until his parents took the family to the ISIS capital, Raqqa. A shrapnel injury to his head has...
Dude, imagine. Fucking imagine. You're in a modern Western fucking country like Germany, and your parents decide to go to a shithole, bombed out fucking turd in the ground in the Middle East to fight for ISIS. Holy fucking shit. He could have grown up in fucking Germany, and they sent him here.
Left Shamil confused.
How old are you? Kem umrak?
Oh my god.
Ma batarif, you don't know.
Shamil was living in Al-Hol camp with his mother and siblings until a few years ago, when security forces came into their tent
that is
in the middle
nuts.
of the night. A man came and pulled me.
Dude, we need to impose bans on Muslim ideology. We need to impose bans on a number of religious beliefs. We need to make it illegal to like spread some Christian and Jewish beliefs that like slavery is permitted. We need to ban Islamic beliefs that, you know, jihad is a good thing. Like, this is just fucking crazy. I mean, people actually believe in this retarded horseshit. And people spread it, and this is causing people who live in modern Western fucking countries to move to fucking Syria and fuck over their kids' entire life. Like, when are we gonna fucking realize that these religious beliefs need to be fucking restricted, monitored, banned? Nobody should be allowed to actually spread this crazy horseshit that you need to commit jihad. Like, it just needs to be fucking banned.
Getting your dick sucked is morally neutral, Richard. Don't be retarded.
What if a black tranny's sucking your dick? Does that change anything? Thanks for the donation, though, God.
Me up and tied my hand behind my back. My mom was screaming. She said, "Leave him alone," he tells us. I didn't want to go with them. He pushed me, saying, "Put on your shoes," but I didn't. Then he hit me. Islam is from Dagestan, Russia, and is one of the youngest boys here.
3-4 месяца. И твоя мама в Махаиме, да? So he's saying that he is just 12 years old. He has been here about 3 or 4 months. He was taken from his mother. He doesn't even know what his last name is.
Human rights organizations have said the separations are an appalling violation of international law.
Well, if they're not separated from their mothers, they're going to be radicalized into, like, joining ISIS and be fucking terrorists, so pick your poison.
But the SDF's top general, Mazloum Abdi, defends the policy.
Instead of the...
Yeah, do you want these kids growing up and learning how to make bombs and blowing themselves up in a crowd of fucking people?
These organizations condemning what we are doing and calling it a human rights violation, these organizations should give us help when it comes to our program that we have in place for years now to rehabilitate these children.
But part of the problem seems to be that once these young boys turn 18, there's not anywhere for them to go, particularly if they can't return to their home countries. And so some of them, I believe, are ending up in prison.
This is not a policy that we are following to put them in prison at 18. The reality is, the goal is to reintegrate them with society.
But CNN has found that boys as young as 14 have been held here at the notorious Panorama prison. With an estimated 4,000 inmates, it is the largest concentration of ISIS fighters in the world.
Yeah, guess why they've made their way in there? They've probably fucking committed acts of terrorism or murdered somebody.
No journalist has been allowed inside Panorama since 2020.
Trying to start a vegan journey, any tips I can follow how to eat and what to eat?
Yes, don't eat any animal products. So, that's pretty easy to follow. There are thousands of species of edible plant foods. There are an innumerable amount of vegan options. If you go to a grocery store, the fruits and vegetables are all vegan.
Please watch and react, nigga come late Burgess.
It's easy. If you want to have somebody help you with dietary planning, you can check out challenge22.com. They can set you up with a vegan dietitian to help you make a diet plan. Thanks for the donation, Kaylin. Let me see.
It's crazy how something like this can happen in a blink of an eye.
Oh, well, that's good.
It's crazy how something like this can happen in a blink of an eye.
Yep, well, that's drivers for you.
Today, the Utah Department of Corrections says it'll move forward with the execution of Tyrone Honey, who's been on death row for 25 years. This is the state's first execution in 14 years. ABC4's Kate Garner breaks down what makes this case unique, as well as Utah's execution law.
The Supreme Court's ruling in the 1972 case, Fernan v. Georgia, changed the way states execute prisoners, possibly saving hundreds from the death penalty. Since that time, Utah has only executed 7 people. Now, Tyrone Honey's execution is going to be done with a lethal injection cocktail never before used in the state. Now, to face the death penalty, a person's crimes have to be of the same severity. In Honey's case, he's convicted of killing a woman, sexually assaulting her, and doing it in front of 3 of her grandchildren. After a judge signs a death warrant, the process of the case moves over to the Department of Corrections.
That we are going to fulfill this responsibility as statutorily outlined and required, and we'll do it in a professional and respectful way.
In 1972, the Supreme Court ruled that the death penalty was cruel and unusual if it was too severe for the crime, offended society's sense of justice, or was not more effective than a less severe penalty.
You can execute someone if you do it in a way that's humane and decent and straightforward.
Most states changed execution methods at that time. In 2004...
Dude, it's so stupid. Like, shooting somebody in the head, they die instantly, and then all these fucking idiots are using lethal injections that are ineffective, don't end up killing the person, or kill them extremely slowly over like a course of 3 hours. Just shoot somebody by firing squad. Why? Like, it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that.
Utah got rid of the firing squad, but brought it back in 2015 if lethal injection is unavailable or found unconstitutional.
Our department policy indicate the use of sodium thiopental or an equally or more effective combination of drugs. Sodium thiopental is widely unavailable.
So, the Department of Corrections is going to use a combination of fentanyl, potassium chloride, and ketamine.
But we do believe that they will be effective and fast. That is the consultation we have received from the medical professionals.
Well, we'll see.
Then again, these SJWs are the same people who defended O.J. Simpson just because he was black despite him gutting his wife like a fish, and the same people who defended the trans shooter despite her shooting up school and killing kids because she was misgendered.
I don't think anybody defended O.J. Simpson. And I don't think anybody was defending that school shooter. The worst I've seen from SJWs was like people asking to have sympathy for the person because they're probably bullied for being trans. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
21 until now.
So the head of the prison has asked me to put on a headscarf while we walk through here because these are some of the most radicalized prisoners they have.
A senior U.S. official told us the #1 concern at Panorama is a prison break, a fear that was realized in 2022 when hundreds of inmates managed to escape.
Can I look inside?
25 men sit cross-legged in silence. The cell is spotless. The men we see appear to be in decent physical condition. But tuberculosis...
If I was that girl, I'd flash my titties at them, or maybe even pull down my pants and show them my asshole. Fuck those pieces of shit. I'd like to see them go fucking bananas and, like, pound the wall like fucking gorillas or orangutans.
Tuberculosis is rampant in the prison, and we are only allowed to look inside 2 cells.
Are you British? You are? Where are you from?
A British man approaches the grate, but does not want to show his face.
I know.
Advocacy groups call the U.S.-funded Panorama a legal black hole, worse than Guantanamo Bay. In an interrogation room, we meet 19-year-old Stefan Uterlu from Suriname. He tells us he was brought to the prison when he was 14, along with more than 100 other minors.
Have you had a lawyer ever?
BTW, I have watched a lot of your videos and decided that I have to go to vegan. Thank you for inspiring me to become a better person.
Well, glad I could help you switch to the dark side. And, may the god of gains be with you. The vegan god of gains, that is. Thanks for the donation, Callian.
You talk to a lawyer?
No. I don't know about the big guys. If you're speaking about the kids, listen, if you want to know the truth, we don't know.
Animal Liberation donated $2. The euthanasia clinics in Europe use Nembutal with a sedative that only takes a few minutes and is supposed to be painless. But the fentanyl ketamine cocktail sounds nice. Seems more like a reward than a punishment. Well, I think the point is to have them no longer exist. So... What's weird, too, is... Like, we know what the lethal dose of fentanyl is. I don't know what the point is of mixing other drugs in. Like, what's the point? Just have them overdose on fentanyl and die. Thanks for the donation, though, Cumtrap Burgess. Retard donated $2. Let me see.
Apparently that inmate in Utah was given the choice to die by firing squad or lethal injection, but his legal team refused to choose. Therefore the state is going with lethal injection. If it was me, I'd choose firing squad and tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, I'd rather die by firing squad. It is much faster and way fewer risks of complications. Thanks for the donation, though, Cumtrap Burgess.
I think the most humane execution would be having you fist my ass and grab my dick from the inside, turning it inside out into a pussy, then jamming your brown turd cock into my reverse dick pussy until I die of ecstasy. Take your time, VG. I can take it.
Alright, well, if that's what you wish, I shall do that for you. Thanks for the donation, The Real Jasmine Gaines.
That's what they're saying, retard strength. They keep yelling at him. I guess it's saying that Jason Miller has retard strength and use it. Mark Lehman keeps yelling out retard strength.
Raul Rosas Jr. doesn't just look physically and intellectually disabled. He literally is. This young Chicano MMA prospect who is bulldozing his way through the UFC's bantamweight division suffers from a rare genetic disorder, giving him the confidence and retard strength to make it to the top. Who is the youngest and possibly most disabled UFC fighter in the promotion's history?
I'm glad you asked.
Okay, this is a weird fucking video. Opinion needed, donate $2. What are your thoughts on Scientology? It's a retarded cult where cult leaders abuse their cult followers and steal their money. That's basically how Scientology works. Thanks for the donation, Opinion needed.
Hardest word for you to pronounce in English.
Raul Rosas Jr. has Pallister W syndrome, so show him some respect because he is still winning in the UFC and winning in life. Pallister W syndrome is a rare genetic disorder that can result in physical disabilities and impairments such as cleft upper lips, cleft palates, widened eyes, broadened nose, broadened facial features. Some of these, such as clefting of the upper lip and palate, can significantly impact an individual's speech. In addition to such physical issues, Pallister W syndrome is also associated with moderate to severe intellectual disability. In other words, Raul Rosas Jr. literally has retard strength. Let's go over Raul Rosas Jr.'s combat sports background and career. He started training at the age of 3, the same age Joe Pyfer started training.
All my life, I was a throwaway kid. I was always terrified if I lost, I knew I was getting screamed at or I was going to get hit.
He began to fight when he was in his first year of high school, competing in sports such as pancration and wrestling. At 14 years old, Raul participated in the IMMAF World Championship in Rome. Raul made his pro MMA debut in November 2021, shortly after his 16th birthday, fighting in Ultimate Warrior Challenge Mexico, a Tijuana-based promotion, where he racked up a 5-0 record and gained the attention of the UFC. He got the call-up to Dana White's Contender Series at just 17 years old, moving to 6-0 with a dominant decision win over Mando Gutierrez, becoming the youngest person ever to sign with the UFC. He also became the most disabled person to ever sign with the UFC. Raul made his official UFC debut at age 18 on the UFC 282 card, where he choked out Jay Perrin, a fully grown man, in the first round. He went on to lose his sophomore performance against Christian Rodriguez, a known weight bully who now fights at 145 pounds, but he bounced back a month before his 19th birthday with a ground and pound KO in the first round over Terrence Mitchell. His momentum was slightly delayed after his matchup with Ricky Tercios was called off, but this fight went forward on June 8th, 2024, and resulted in a second round rear naked choke submission for El Nino Problema. Now we'll briefly go over Raul Rosas Jr.'s personal life and background. Raul Rosas Jr. is a practicing and devout Catholic, which has instilled good family values into this young man. Raul was born on October 8th, 2004 in Clovis, New Mexico, which is a small agricultural city of around 35,000 people near the Texas border. The discovery of ancient stone spear points in the area in 1929 resulted in the city lending its name to the Clovis culture of Paleo-Indians, who are thought to be the first human inhabitants of the Americas, at least with a widespread and identifiable archaeological footprint. However, Clovis and the state of New Mexico are not Raul's motherland. His family is from the Old Mexico, with his parents moving to Clovis shortly before Raul's birth. They come from the municipality of Iztapalapa, the most heavily populated borough or city-level subdivision of Mexico City, DF, being home to nearly 2 million people, which also makes it the most populated municipality in the entire country of Mexico. Iztapalapa has been a population center for hundreds of years, tracing its roots back to an indigenous settlement from the pre-colonial period. A number of issues plague Iztapalapa, including economic deprivation, lack of clean drinking water, and high rates of violent crime, with over 50,000 residents lacking basic necessities.
React to this dumb post from a pro-Palestine supporter.
Let me see. Oh, this jackass. It's repetitive for me to say this, but I'll say it anyway. Every supporter of Israel is a fascist. Every person that supports Israel is a transphobe, homophobe, and
He found
racist.
the loophole to be a champion in MMA. Who the fuck wants to be known as the guy who beat a retard? And get cancelled. Fuck that shit, bruh.
Well, I wouldn't care. I just care about winning. I'll beat up a retard to win. Thanks for that donation, though. Less is more. Every person that supports Israel is a transphobe, homophobe, and a racist. Considering all these groups support Israel, it is safe to call supporters of Israel are fascists because they all have something in common. Yeah, why don't you go into Gaza and see how many people are transphobes, homophobes, and racists? Like, they're calling Israel and Israeli supporters transphobes and homophobes and racists when everybody in Israel has equal rights, but Hamas is throwing gay people from rooftops and executing them in the streets. This guy's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Within the entire population of Raul's birthplace of Clovis, New Mexico. It is no wonder that the Rojas's chose to leave their place of birth to give in country. Santa Rosa and the surrounding area. Raul Rosas Jr. is not only the youngest man to ever be signed to the UFC, he is very likely the most disabled. But that has not held him back in the slightest. He is coming for the top, whether or not he has Pallister syndrome, and he is going to colonize the bantamweight division like his Mexican ancestors colonized Santa Rosa, California.
Well, that's a funny video.
Even why we're always like punished is like 5 years in this prison and we're punished. We don't even know what we've done. Like we've been in prison because of our parents.
At the SDF intelligence headquarters, we meet British Pakistan.
Find it very fucking hard to believe that people are getting imprisoned in here for absolutely no reason. They're getting imprisoned in there because they've committed a fucking crime.
Pakistani doctor Mohammed Saqib. Accused of joining ISIS, he claims he was the victim of an elaborate kidnapping plot and says Panorama's inmates are abused.
So we live in torture. I live in fear.
When you say you live in torture, do you mean that you are actually physically being tortured?
This happens on and off.
What kind of torture?
Like beating by the stick, by the guards. To be honest, I'm just waiting for my death. There's no getting out of this prison. Probably never.
The warden at Panorama called Saqib's claim of abuse false, saying, quote, all parts of the prison are monitored by cameras and no prison guard can act in this way. The SDF and the U.S. are pushing countries to repatriate their citizens from Syria, saying it is the only solution to this complex and dangerous situation. But the process has been slow, and many, including Western allies, are dragging their feet. In the Al Roj camp, we meet Brits, Canadians, Belgians, Australians, and a couple of Americans. 30-year-old Hoda Mathana has been stuck here with her 7-year-old son for more than 5 years.
I have to ask you, I'm seeing all of the women here are fully covered, a lot of them covering their faces. You're not covered, you're wearing a t-shirt. Is that hard?
It was hard when I first took it, I would say for the first 2-3 years. People were not accepting of it, you know, and they harassed us a lot. They stole our stuff, you know, and I had to stay strong and show example for my son, you know.
Born and raised in the U.S., Hoda became radicalized online at the age of 20 and left her family in Alabama to live under ISIS, a decision.
Bro. This dumb bitch is from Alabama, watched some fucking TikTok videos about Islam, and then joined ISIS with her son. Like... Oh my god. That's just... When are we gonna ban Islam? Holy fucking shit.
She quickly regretted.
If you were to be able to go back to the U.S. and you had to go on trial, potentially serve time in prison, have you reconciled yourself with that possibility?
I always tell myself that going to prison would be a step forward in my life. If I had any time to serve, I'd serve it and I'd come out and begin my life with my son.
For now.
What a fucking dumb bitch. Like, she actually brought her son to Syria to fight with ISIS.
Now, that is not an option. While the U.S. advocates repatriation, it ruled Hoda's U.S. citizenship invalid on a technicality.
Not in my ear.
Now she lives in fear for her son's future.
Oh my God.
What do you miss most about America?
I just want to breathe American air and be around people. I love the people of America. They're very open and they're very forgiving and they're very,
Oh yeah, but you wanted to destroy America, you know, just a few years ago. This girl's just a dumb bitch. Holy fuck. Execute her. Kill her. Take her son back to the United States. Execute this fucking dumb bitch for ever fucking joining ISIS.
people who give second chances. And I think if they were to sit down with me and listen to my story from the beginning, they would give me a second chance.
But second chances are hard to...
They should have asked her what fucking videos she watched specifically that radicalized her. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Muhammad Hijab.
Will that mean she is a Tarost and she must die?
Yeah! Execute this dumb bitch. Send her son back to America. It's not his fault, but execute this fucking dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Ditto.
come by here. For most, repentance is demanded and forgiveness rarely given, as the cost of ignoring this ugly crisis continues to mount. Clarissa Ward, CNN, Northern Syria.
That is absolutely insane.
There's no such thing as radical Islam. Islam itself is inherently radical.
Yeah, true. I mean, Islam just is radical. If you're not, part of radical Islam, you're just not Muslim. It's something else. If you remove the jihad aspect from the Quran, if you remove the slavery, the child rape, all that crap, the religion isn't that bad. All you have to do is pray 3 times a day, but then, what's the point of fucking doing anything? But yeah, that's not what Islam is. Islam is a religion of fucking war, of bigotry, of women hatred, gay hatred, LGBTQ hatred. That's what Islam is. And then when you get rid of all that hatred, it's not really Islam anymore. It's just something different. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike. That's a good burb.
Chihuahua. Chihuahua. Chapapa. Chihuahua. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-pa. Shandy-bundy. Honey-patatandas. Hata-patatata. Papa's gatito. Patakata. Chihuahua. Chihuahua. Hatapatakata. Hatapatapata. Awak manis. Kedahandes. Apa dekapa? Patadada. Awak manis. Tapataka katapa. Ata. Hatapatagadas. Hatapatakafandas. Ketapatakatakata Wonder Crisp. Hai. Kenapa papa? Kedetek-ketekna. Hawa. Kedepa? 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 Hapada.
I like that video. Grey Knight donated $2. Mayor Adams speaks out against anti-Semitic protester in New York City. Let me see.
My fellow New Yorkers, in this country, we must always protect the right to free speech. But I have a moral obligation to speak out when the messages that some New Yorkers are sharing go beyond the pale. Yesterday, outside an exhibit in Lower Manhattan commemorating those massacred at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th, protesters waved Hezbollah and Hamas flags. At other protests, they carried banners reading, "Long live October 7th." And one person even yelled, he wishes, a quote, Hitler was still here. He would have wiped all of you out.
You see, you Americans don't realize how advantageous it is to have hate speech laws. If that happened in Canada, these people would be thrown in fucking jail. Now, because America's like, oh, hate speech is free speech, all these fucking retards can run amok, say whatever stupid shit, and you can't do anything about it. All you can do is make videos complaining. So, yeah, here we are. You have to deal with these fucking morons rather than them just being fucking locked up.
These are reprehensible and vile comments. I, and every New Yorker who stands for peace, stand united against them. I always speak up for what's right, and what we saw last night was wrong. Let's not forget on October 7th, tens of thousands gathered at the Nova Festival in the spirit of peace, with hopes of a better future, one where Israelis and Palestinians live in brotherhood, connected by our shared humanity. Hamas then murdered more than 350 innocent men, women, and children at that festival. Part of their brutal terror attack on Israel, which killed, raped, and terrorized more than 1,000 and took hundreds more hostage. Earlier this year, I visited the exhibit of the horrors of October 7th through videos shot on that very day and memorialized the victims of that massacre. A day where innocent men, women, and children were slaughtered as they sang of peace. In the months since that gut-wrenching day, New Yorkers have made their voices heard. There have been nearly 3,000 protests in New York City since October 8th, more than 1,300 of which have been related to the war in Israel and Gaza. As I have said before, we will never allow our city to descend into lawlessness. We've kept New Yorkers safe at thousands of protests and celebrations, including at the Israeli Day Parade earlier this month. And those who break our laws will be arrested. Since October 8th, the NYPD has made more than 2,850 arrests at Israeli Gaza protests alone.
Hell yeah.
Again, while peaceful protests will be allowed, New York City will never cower in the face of those trying to divide us. Hate has no place in our city.
Yeah, Eric Adams has a pretty base take on the Israel-Palestine conflict. I like his stance on it. Now, let's see. Some good old Islamophobia content.
This is the event behind the revelation of Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 69. After defeating a non-believer community,
Retard donated $2. Let me see.
Let me ask you, you know who was absolutely fascinated with America?
No.
Stalin. He said he respected the American dynamic, pragmatic spirit.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So don't be ashamed, even intellectually, to be Americans.
Well, come on. Of course not. Look, you're right. This country does a lot that we should be very, very proud of and build on.
Yeah, yeah.
But there are a number of countries around the world that we can learn from.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Most countries are much worse than United States.
Well, I don't think so. I honestly don't.
Well, I'm very misanthropic, you know.
Is this this is AI, right?
I think that most of the people are boring, stupid, and so on. But here I have absolutely all the freedom to do whatever I want.
Well, let me tell you what I believe. You can determine, what we mean by it, okay?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. The problems we face are enormous. If we are going to prevent this country from sliding into oligarchy.
The oligarchy, yeah.
People on top are doing phenomenally well. Most others are not. We need...
Let me add something to this. We all saw James Cameron's Titanic, right?
Yeah.
Remember, the rich, spoiled girl is in a life crisis, and the function of Leonardo DiCaprio is to bring some of the lower class vitality to restore her ego, and then after doing this, he can disappear. It's a little bit like E.T. goes home, but he goes down. Let me be clear. I'm proud to be here, and I hope I at least made you start thinking.
Well, let me tell you something. I think what we want to do is build on our strengths, which aren't many, to deal with the issue of more equality and try to figure out how we make it better. But the point is...
The important thing is not to engage in some crazy, destructive experiments, but to open up the space of thinking.
Okay.
I hope you and other intelligent people also know this.
That was really weird. Thank you for that.
Prophet Muhammad took 1/5 of the booty.
I have the right to take 1/5 of the loots and to choose first which one I want, according to Quran, Surah Al-Anfal, verse 41. Know that whatever of a thing you acquire, 1/5 of it is for Allah, for the Messenger.
After that, he divided the rest of the loot among the Muslim soldiers. This division of wealth did not always go smoothly, as all parties were entitled to a larger share. An Ansar Muslim man said, "I worked hard fighting the kuffar, risking my life, but this is all I got? Indeed, the distribution of this booty was not done in the way of Allah." Abdullah ibn Mas'ud was one of the most loyal companions of Prophet Muhammad. When he heard what the Ansar said, he became angry.
Insolent you! Are you actually accusing the messenger of Allah of taking your share? Oh, you enemy of Allah! I will report what you said to the messenger of Allah.
Ibn Masud then went to Prophet Muhammad and relayed what the Ansar had said.
He questioned your loot distribution and accused you of not being fair to him.
His face reddened and he said,
May Allah have mercy on Moses. He was annoyed with worse than this, yet he remained patient.
What was it about Moses that you attribute this to him?
Here's the story that happened long time ago. In the time of Prophet Moses, the Israelites liked to bathe together. So that they could see each other's bodies. Unlike most Israelites, Prophet Moses preferred to bathe alone. This led to many unflattering allegations about him.
He doesn't want to bathe with us, of course, because his body is deformed.
He only keeps himself covered because of some defect in his skin, either leprosy or scrotal hernia or some other defect.
Huh? He has hernia in that part of his body. How disgusting.
No wonder he always wanted to bathe alone.
They had no idea that God was eavesdropping on their gossipy chatter, and that God wanted to reveal the truth. One day Prophet Moses went to take a bath, He put his clothes on a stone. But the stone ran away with his clothes.
Oh, stone, give me back my clothes!
The stone ran into an area where there were many people. So the people of Israel saw Moses without his clothes.
By Allah, there is nothing odd about Moses.
Where are the leprosy or hernia? It's so smooth and perfect.
Ah, what a beautiful and charming shape.
Allah demonstrated to the Jewish people who disparaged Prophet Moses that their accusations were unfounded and that Prophet Moses' private part is perfect. Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 69. O believers, do not be like those who slandered Moses, but Allah cleared him of what they said, and he was honorable in the sight of Allah.
Like, the Quran is basically a South Park episode. Like, who fucking falls for this shit? Who would read this and be like, oh, God's wisdom? This literally reads like a South Park episode.
That's it. Just as God defended Moses, he will also defend me from unjust accusations against me.
But this isn't the first time Prophet Muhammad has been accused of stealing others' spoils of war. This is the event behind the revelation of Quran, Surah Ali Imran, verse 161, which happened after the Badr robbery. A red robe was missing from the spoils of robbery.
Hey, where is the red robe that was just here? That robe should be here and nobody should take it yet.
Rasulullah might have taken it.
He cannot do that, since the loot has not been distributed yet.
They all went to meet Prophet Muhammad.
Ya Rasulullah, why did you take the red robe from the spoils?
Oh, you should return the robe, Rasulullah.
Oh, I didn't steal it. How dare you accuse me of doing that?
Where is it then?
How could I know? Oh, wait. Allah just gives me a revelation. Quran, Surah Ali Imran, verse 161. It is not appropriate for a prophet to illegally withhold spoils of war. And whoever does so, it will be held against them on the day of judgment. Then every soul will be paid in full for what it has done, and none will be wrong. There you go. Allah already gave you the answer.
But who stole the red robe?
We still don't know.
Apparently, Allah forgot to tell us about it.
During the Hunayn War event, Prophet Muhammad faced another issue regarding the distribution of loot. While he claimed his usual 20% share, he refrained from allocating the remaining 80% to his followers as customary.
I need that 80% share to bribe the people of Hawazin to accept Islam.
Then, Prophet Muhammad gave the new converts from the Hawazin people plenty of camels and goods.
We fought them, the pagans, to the death, yet now Rasulullah has given them our share of the loot.
They are no longer pagans. They have decided to convert to Islam and were rewarded for doing so.
But what about our share? We must ask Rasulullah to be fair with us.
They then confronted Prophet Muhammad.
O Rasulullah, divide our booty of camels and small cattle among us.
We fought very hard to defeat the enemy of Allah, and now we want to have our share.
The Muslims were angry because they didn't get their share.
Them the pagans to the death. Yet now Rasulullah has given
They
them
pushed
our
Prophet
share.
Muhammad against a tree.
Hey, don't push
The Muslims
me.
grabbed
Stop
his
it.
robe until
Stop
it came off his body.
Oh men, give me back my mantle. I don't take your booty. Okay, I will give my 5th share to you.
Only after hearing the promise of getting his kumus, the Muslims started to calm down. This information is written in the History of Al-Tabari, Volume 9, page 31. The people followed him, saying, O Messenger of God, divide our booty of camels and small cattle among us, until they forced him back against a tree, and his mantle was pulled away from him. He said, O men, give me back my mantle. O men, by God, I do not have anything of your booty, even to this hair, except the 5th, and that 5th will be returned to you. So, the Prophet clearly promised the Muslims that he will give his share, which is the 5th of the booty, to the Muslims. But did the Prophet keep his promise? Apparently not.
I decided to bribe the Quraysh people to accept Islam, especially after their assistance in the Hunayn War against the Hawazin tribe. It required a considerable amount of camels and gold to appease the Quraysh.
As usual, the Prophet justified his action with Allah's divine message.
Quran, Surah At-Tawbah, verse 60.
Retard donated $2. Let me see. The link he gave me is broken. But thanks for the donation, retard.
Charity is for those new converts whose hearts are being reconciled.
The Quraysh leaders, which are Abu Sufyan bin Harb, his 2 sons Muawiyah and Yazid, Safwan bin Umayyah, Suhail bin Amr, Uyayana bin Hisn, and many more, became known as men of the hundreds.
I give each one of you 100 camels.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much, Ya Rasul.
May Allah bless you for your kindness.
To be this generous.
Oh, I'm so glad to be a Muslim. Alhamdulillah.
All the booty of Hunayn were distributed among the Quraysh and the Bedouin tribes, while the Ansar Muslims received nothing.
He had favored his own people with the spoils.
He ignored us, whereas our swords are still dripping blood.
What are you complaining about? Won't you be happy that the people take the wealth while you take the profit with you to your homes? By Allah, I am much better than the booty. You will find more material benefits in the future. Just be patient.
You see how the Prophet skillfully negotiated with them, offering promises of future benefits to alleviate their disappointment over not receiving their fair share. The stories concerning the distribution of loot indicate that Prophet Muhammad did not consistently divide 80% of the spoils equally among his followers. There were instances when the Muslims received no portion at all. The Muslims learned the hard way that there is no honor among thieves, and the person they trusted the most is the one who took away their share.
It's insane that the Prophet Muhammad was able to get anybody to follow him. Play Gears 5 or I will hold my urine. I was actually thinking about playing through the Gears 3 campaign. Gears 5 kind of sucks.
Sunan Abu Dawud, number 3488. One day, Prophet Muhammad was sitting near the Black Stone. His cousin, Abdullah ibn Abbas, was with him. Suddenly, the Prophet raised his eyes towards the heaven and said,
May Allah curse the Jews. May Allah curse the Jews. May Allah curse the Jews.
Why should Allah curse them, Ya Rasulullah?
That's because Allah declared unlawful for them to eat fats, but they sold them and they enjoyed the money from the fats. When Allah forbid people from eating something, He also forbid them to use the money from selling it. May Allah destroy the Jews.
I see. So it's about the fat meats of the Jews.
In Sunan Abu Dawud 3488, the translator adds information within brackets, fats of the animals which died a natural death. This detail is absent in the original Arabic version. If the English bracketed information is accurate, then Prophet Muhammad would have abstained from touching or consuming fat meats from Jewish sources, fearing that they might originate from animals that died naturally. Yet several years later in Medina, Prophet Muhammad declared his intention to launch an attack on the Jews at Khaybar precisely to obtain that fat meat.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Let's read History of Al-Tabari, Volume 8, page 117. Prophet Muhammad prayed to Allah, "Open to them for conquest the greatest of the fortresses of Khaybar, the one most abounding in food and fat meat." This move raises questions about consistency, considering his earlier curses in Mecca directed towards the Jews regarding their consumption of fats. Now, however, the Prophet appears eager to obtain and consume the very fat meat he previously condemned, leading him to mobilize 1,500 soldiers for the assault.
Let's get fat meat of the Jews. Fat meat, here we come. Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims had no food to eat. Therefore, he attacked others to get their food and belongings.
What the fuck, dude?
This aggressive action, devoid of provocation, clearly lacked any
Dude. Oh my god. I'm not a part of the human race, okay? I'm just not. I'm just an observer laughing at you all. Oh my god. People fucking committed tribal genocide over fat meat. Like, Prophet Muhammad wanted to eradicate Jews from the earth because he was mad they were selling fat meat.
Sacred justification. The next morning, God opened the fortress of Al-Sab bin Mu'ad for them to conquer. There was no fortress in Khaybar more abounding in food and fat meat than it. After the conquer of Al-Sab bin Mu'ad fortress, Prophet Muhammad saw how much food and fat meat he gained. The loot of food and meat of Khaybar was mentioned multiple times in Sirah and Hadith, so that you clearly understand the main reason why Prophet Muhammad and his Muslim army attacked Khaybar. Sunan Abu Dawud, number 2704. Narrated Abdullah ibn Abu Awfa. Muhammad ibn Abul Mujahid reported Abdullah ibn Abu Awfa as saying, I asked, "Did you set aside the fifth of the food in the time of the Messenger of Allah?"
On the day of Khaybar, we captured food, and a man would come and take as much food of it as needed and then go away.
The Jewish food was plentiful, so much so that even after a fifth was set aside for Prophet Muhammad, there was still an abundance for every Muslim to enjoy as much as they desired. Sunan an-Nasa'i, number 4435, Abdullah bin Mughaffal said, "A bag of fat was thrown on the day of Khaybar, and I caught it and said,
I will not give anything of this to anyone."
I turned around and saw the Messenger of Allah there smiling. Did the Prophet eat the Jewish fat meat? Yes, he did. A Jewish woman named Zainab bint al-Harith prepared sheep meat for Prophet Muhammad. Since her family had been slayed by the Prophet, she took this opportunity to put plenty of poison on the meat.
The meat is thoroughly, completely soaked with poison, folks. Just a small bite would be enough to get the job done.
History of Al-Tabari, Volume 8, page 123. So she loaded that part with poison, and she poisoned the rest of the sheep too. According to Hadith Sahih Bukhari, number 2617, the Prophet ate that poisoned meat. Narrated by Anas bin Malik. A Jewess brought a poisoned, cooked sheep for the Prophet, who ate from it. She was brought to the Prophet, and he was asked, "Shall we kill her?" He said, "No." I continued to see the effect of the poison on the palate of the mouth of Allah's apostle. Prophet Muhammad ate that poisoned meat on 629 AD, and he started to feel the pain after he came back to Medina. The History of Tabari, Volume 8, page 124. The Messenger of God said, during the illness from which he died, the mother of Bishr had come in to visit him.
Bishr, at this very moment I feel my aorta being severed because of the food I ate with your son at Khaybar.
Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kabir, by Ibn Sa'd, Volume 2, page 263. Aisha also prayed for him.
O Lord of mankind, remove the pain. Cure is in thy hands. There is no giver of health other than thee, so grant him the cure that does not betray the sick man.
But Allah did not cure Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad himself tried to get better by reciting al-Mu'awwadhatayn prayers. Aisha said,
Verily, during his illness, the Prophet, may Allah bless him, recited al-Mu'awwadhatayn and blow his breath upon his body while rubbing his face with his hand.
But Allah did not listen to his prayer. Maimuna, the wife of the Prophet, prayed for Prophet Muhammad.
In the name of Allah I recite for you, and Allah will cure you of every illness of yours. O Lord of mankind, remove the pain and cure him, since there is no cure except thee.
But Maymuna's prayer went unanswered. Jibril also prayed for Prophet Muhammad.
In the name of Allah I pray to drive out all that hurt you and ward off all that is spiteful to you and from all the evil eyes, and God will heal you.
Yet surprisingly, the Prophet was not cured. Atta ibn Abi Rabah used the amulet from Jibril to cure the Prophet.
In the name of Allah, I chant on you. In the name of Allah, who will cure you from every illness that troubles you, take it. It will give you joy from the evil of envier when he envies.
But his prayer and amulet that he claimed from Jibril did not cure the Prophet's illness. The History of Al-Tabari, Volume 9, page 108. When the Prophet returned to Medina after performing the pilgrimage of completion, he began to have a complaint of illness. As travel was allowed after the pilgrimage, the news of the Prophet's illness spread. Then in Muharram, the Prophet complained of the pain from which he died. Sirah Nabawiyya by Ibn Hisham, page 282. Then the illness overcame the Prophet as he suffered from much pain. He said,
Pour 7 skins of water from various wells over me so that I can go out to meet the people and instruct them.
We seated him in a tub belonging to Hafsa, daughter of Umar. Then we poured water over him until he said,
That's enough, enough. I said enough.
Did the 7 different water from various wells cure him? Unfortunately not. Al-Tabaqat, page 268. When Prophet Muhammad realized that Allah did not grant all of his prayers for recovery and that his time on earth was nearing its end, he conveyed his final message to his family.
O Fatima, daughter of Muhammad, O Sophia, aunt of Muhammad, do good deeds, because I shall not be of any avail with Allah for you.
Then he stood from his seat. When half the day had passed, Allah took his soul. In Hadith Sahih Bukhari 44:28, Prophet Muhammad acknowledged that the poison of Khaybar was lethal.
O Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar, and at this time, I feel as if my aorta is being cut from that poison.
Zainab bint al-Harith foresaw that.
If the poison did not kill him, he is a genuine prophet. If the poison killed him, he is a fake prophet.
He was tortured for more than 3 years before he eventually succumbed to his death in the year of 632 AD. Most Muslims deny this and say that
it is impossible for poison to last for 3 years. He didn't die because of poisoning.
They preferred to ignore numerous pieces of information about it, including the Prophet's own testimony about being poisoned, which ended with his demise. From many scientific report, we know that many cases of food poisoning could have long-term effect that cause death, as mentioned in this article. Long-term consequences of foodborne infections. Foodborne infections are caused by dangerous bacteria that usually live in animal dung or feces. It was possible that Zainab might use these ingredients to poison Prophet Muhammad, which lead to severe infections caused by dangerous bacteria such as E. coli, Salmonella, Shigella, Toxoplasma gondii, that in the long term could cause irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, reactive arthritis, hemolytic uremic syndrome, chronic kidney disease, Guillain-Barré syndrome, neurological disorders from acquired and congenital listeriosis and toxoplasmosis. In short, it's conceivable that consuming toxic food could result in a painful death even years later. Why didn't Allah spare his beloved Prophet from suffering for over 3 years before he passed away in excruciating pain? That might be related to the numerous curses he uttered against the Jews.
May Allah curse the Jews. May Allah curse the Jews. May Allah curse the Jews.
He apparently forgot his own words in Quran, Surah Ali Imran, verse 3.
He has sent down upon you, O Muhammad, the book in truth, confirming what was before it. And he revealed the Torah and the Gospel.
Also Quran, Surah Ali Imran, verse 93.
All food was lawful for the children of Israel, except what Israel made unlawful for himself before the Torah was revealed. Say, O Prophet, bring the Torah and read it, if your claims are true.
Also Quran, Surah Al-Maidah, verse 44.
Indeed, we revealed the Torah, containing guidance and light, by which the prophets, who submitted themselves to Allah, made judgments for Jews.
He mentioned the word Torah 18 times in 16 verses of Quran. What did the Torah say about anyone who curses the Israelites?
Genesis 12, verse 3. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed.
Prophet Muhammad perished as a result of his curse of death returned back to him.
That's pretty ironic. That is quite ironic.
Even Allah could keep him safe from his own transgressions. He would have never cursed the Jews if he had known what was written in the Torah.
That's pretty hilarious. Islam's worst enemy, the internet. That's great. Internet is eating Islam day by day. Oh, that's fucking good. No Islam equals no stupidity. Oh, that's savage. That's so great.
Week in 1967, Israel decisively defeats 3 Arab armies in what would become known as the Six-Day War. But how did Israel, fighting on 3 fronts, manage such a quick and decisive victory, and why couldn't the Arab states react in time? Nearly 20 years after the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, the Middle East is still in the grip of the political consequences of the establishment of the Jewish state. Palestinians in the Egyptian-controlled Gaza Strip and Jordanian-controlled West Bank remain hopeful that a future war will destroy Israel and lead to a Palestinian state in its place. Meanwhile, Syria supports Palestinian groups like Fatah with the goal of attacking and destabilizing Israel. Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser, who hopes to become the leader of the Arab world amidst a surge in pan-Arab nationalism, feels confident after the US and USSR intervened to Egypt's benefit in the 1956 Suez Crisis. At the same time, Israel has emerged militarily strengthened but remains geographically isolated and surrounded by hostile states. Before 1967, Israel's Arab neighbors were divided. In 1961, Syrian officers who supported Nasser and his pan-Arab ideas launched a failed coup which caused the Ba'athist socialist government in Damascus to purge the government and army and damaged Syrian-Egyptian relations. Jordan's King Hussein was at odds with Egypt over policy towards the Palestinians, even surviving an Egyptian assassination attempt in 1962. The rejection and eventual destruction of Israel remains one issue that unites the Arab states. Most Arab leaders play to popular opinion and take a strong political stance against Israel, and cross-border raids are common. Syrian troops and Palestinian militants target Israeli civilians, especially along the Golan Heights, resulting in Israeli reprisals. Syria uses these reprisals to humiliate Egypt for perceived inaction against Israel. After one such Palestinian attack on November 13, 1966, Israeli forces raid the West Bank village of Samu. Nasser doesn't want to provoke Israel and does nothing, which results in more criticism from Syria and Jordan that Egypt has abandoned the Arab cause. The situation is compounded by another escalation on April 7, 1967, when Syrian shelling of Israeli border towns provokes Israeli bombing of Syrian artillery positions. Syria scrambles MiG-21s, but Israeli Mirage fighter jets shoot down 7 and swoop over Damascus in victory. With each clash, public pressure builds in both Israel and the Arab states to respond to perceived threats. On May 14th, the USSR warns Nasser that Israel may imminently attack Syria. The reason for this warning isn't clear, but it was not true. Soviet, Syrian, and Egyptian sources realized this days later, but by then it's too late. President Nasser, unwilling to be seen as weak, orders Egyptian Field Marshal Abdel Hakim Amer to send Egyptian units into the Sinai, closer to Israel. On May 19th, the United Nations Emergency Force, or UNEF, which was stationed on the Egyptian-Israeli border since 1956, evacuates the Sinai on the demand of Nasser. The same day, Israeli Prime Minister Levi Eshkol doubles the number of mobilized reserves and sends 300 tanks to the southern border. Nasser believes that by pressuring Israel, he can win popular support and improve his political standing in the region. On May 21st, he announces the closure of the Straits of Tiran to Israeli shipping, which had been forced open by Israel in 1956. Nasser hopes this move will right a historical wrong, humiliate Israel, and boost his popularity without actually provoking a full-scale war. As thousands of Egyptian troops march through the streets of Cairo towards Sinai, the Arab public's expectations of war grow, and media like Radio Cairo broadcast fiery rhetoric. With the closing of the Gulf of Aqaba, Israel is faced with two alternatives, either of which will destroy it. It will either be strangled.
New VG documentary.
Let me take a look, Gaycom. Thanks for that donation,
Vegan
dude.
Gains became known as one of the most controversial YouTubers on the platform after he relentlessly pushed vegan views in the most psychotic ways possible. He has threatened to murder those who questioned him, filmed his family members' deaths to push veganism, and has had his career ended by one of the biggest names on the YouTube.
I don't know how the fuck people came to this conclusion. Exactly how did Penguin Zero making a video about me end my career? I'm still here. Like, what do they mean? Well, like, it's just so retarded.
Platform. But despite all of this, he has carried on spewing vegan hate speech and tried to attack each of these influencers who dared to question his teachings. To start with though, let's find out who Vegan Gains is, the psycho vegan bodybuilder who seems to chase controversy with almost every single video. Richard Burgess, or Vegan Gains, apparently had a pretty difficult upbringing. He hasn't talked too much about his childhood other than the fact he was born in 1991 in Canada. It's been revealed through different YouTube comments he's left in the past that even from as young as 8 years old.
Jerry $2, do you think society coddles women and treats them like children compared to men? Yes. Women are kind of treated like retarded children. I feel like you can be more direct and harsh towards men without worrying about them taking it personally. Well, yeah, that's true. A lot of women kind of act like babies, so that is kind of true. Thanks for that donation, Jerry.
he suffered from suicidal thoughts and severe depression, something which has seemed to follow him right up until present day. 2015, the most severe of which happened when his elderly grandfather suffered a massive
And if you
Gaines created a video titled
this is
Furious
great.
Pete Has Cancer Again. Oh no. The obvious sarcasm in the title is a tip of the iceberg for what Richard has to say about Pete. From calling his girlfriend a dumb bitch,
Pete and his dumb girlfriend don't seem to like that idea.
They
Oh, it was so great back then. I could just be fucking savage, but you know, I gotta censor myself now. Let me see. Big Craig. I'm gonna email him, see if he'll debate me. Veganism debate. I saw your video about me and was wondering if you'd be interested in debating ethical principles of veganism, and maybe we can also talk about your disagreements with my methods of activism. I normally host my debates live on YouTube or Zoom. Tell me if you're interested. There we go. I'll leave a comment too, just in case. Would you be interested in debating me on the ethical principles of veganism and perhaps also discuss your problems with my methods of activism. There we go.
his diet gave him cancer.
So Pete, you think maybe, just maybe, there's a teeny tiny chance that your shitty diet caused your cancer?
And taunting his diagnosis. The video at the time got around 350,000 views, but as you can see by the dislike ratio, it was not well received.
Yeah, dude, I was laughing my ass off. So many people disliked that video. It was just so hilarious. I triggered the fuck out of these pussies.
At all, and for good reason. Reddit threads and other YouTubers rightly called Richard out for his frankly disgusting comments and previous behaviour, but because he's a self-proclaimed sociopath, he does not care, and it only seemed to embolden him. After taunting Pete and
I actually got a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, so yeah, now it's confirmed.
laughing at the fact he could die from his cancer, making a mock-up t-shirt of this fact.
Yep. It's too bad I never actually made that t-shirt. I wish I had known about Teespring back then. Yeah, I mean, Furious Pete made that video making fun of animals dying, so yeah, if you're gonna do that, I can make fun of you dying, bitch.
How about you consider the fact that Furious Pete makes fun of the suffering and death of the animals he eats on a daily basis? So, I don't see why I should make a joke about his suffering and death. So who would like a, haha, you're gonna die of cancer t-shirt?
Richard continues to attack Pete in every aspect of his life, including his training methods, but mainly his diet. A large portion of Pete's videos are eating challenges, which are huge meals and competitive eating videos. But despite this, he's in decent shape. However, Richard has pinned this awful diet as the reason for his cancer, and even compared the pain and suffering he went through to that.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, come on, are you seeing what he eats?
That of animals suffering for meat eaters.
You're fine with killing animals, but when it's your turn to face suffering and death, you start blubbering and crying like a little bitch. Fuck you, Pete.
Richard, although he may like to act like he's speaking for all vegans, faced a lot of backlash from those inside the vegan community. He gained calls to end the madness he was bringing to their movement and
Okay, Unnatural Vegan isn't vegan, so she's not really a good example if you're gonna claim the vegan community is, you know,
A year or
against
two
me.
before the Furious Pete incident, Richard was embroiled in what could be one of the most disgusting stories I've ever covered on my channel. We've established that Richard has very extreme views, but those views even stretch to basking in a family member's death after his grandfather suffered a heart attack. Richard and his grandfather were out flying his drone, and while walking there, his grandfather said he was suffering from severe chest pains. Richard has...
So this is untrue. My grandfather wasn't claiming he was suffering from chest pains at any point. When we were walking there, never made any mention of chest pains. When we were walking back home, never made any mention of chest pains. We were walking up the hill out of that little park area, and he said he had to take a break because he was getting out of breath walking up the hill. Then we got to the car, we drove home, everything seemed fine. I went to my room, and my grandmother opened my door and said, I think Barry, my grandfather's having a heart attack. So I rushed down the hall, and then, yeah, he was having a heart attack. But he never mentioned anything about chest pains.
Explain that his grandfather is 82 years old, but his diet is utter shit in his own words, which he used to explain...
I mean, look at him.
...in the upcoming events. His family called for an ambulance, as by this time his...
No, my family didn't call for an ambulance. I called for an ambulance.
Grandfather had collapsed in their home and was probably in a great deal of suffering and stress. If this were you or me, we would probably be extremely concerned and probably slightly traumatized. However, for the vegan sociopath, this was potential views and ad revenue. So Richard rushed to film this experience and actually managed to get most of it on camera.
Yeah, so again, this guy is spreading misinformation. I called the ambulance. I performed CPR until the paramedics came. Once the paramedics had the situation handled, I grabbed my camera and filmed it. So I didn't just say, oh, my grandfather's having a heart attack, let me grab my camera, and then my family... you know, call it like that's not what happened.
However, his family stopped him from posting it online, and rightly so, just because Richard...
Why has the chat been stinky lately today? Weird.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Is it stinky? Like, what are people saying? Thanks for the donation, Thassa Wap.
Didn't like his grandfather doesn't mean that his mother and father should be forced to suffer too. Richard seemed genuinely confused as to why his family stopped this though, questioning why they were okay with eating food that causes heart disease, but didn't want to show the effects that his diet had.
As soon as the paramedics got to the house, I took out my camera and started filming, but a bunch of people in my family, my mom, my grandmother, uncles, shit like that, they threw a big fit about me showing that footage on YouTube. They're perfectly fine with eating foods that cause heart disease and make people actually die of heart attacks, but when it comes to actually showing people what happens when they eat these foods, that's just too much.
Quite rightly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fucking stupid.
Richard was called out for this and was attacked by almost everyone online.
Like, I'm noticing he's not making an argument for why it's wrong. He's just saying, like, look how much of a bad person you are. You hurt my feelings.
With people calling him disgusting and an absolute psychopath. What is wrong with this dude? This boy values random farm animals over the memory of his grandfather. Worryingly, some people say that...
Well, farm animals are sentient, but the memory of my grandfather isn't.
It is actually justified because of the abuse he suffered by his grandfather. However, we do know the extent of this was that he hit Richards a couple of times and shouted at him for not being great at hockey. But because he still had a friendly relationship with his grandfather, I think we can all agree that this was an absolutely disgusting decision by Richard.
Yeah, cool. You didn't have to live with my grandfather. You didn't have to get hit. You didn't have to get shouted at. You didn't need to get belittled, bullied, harassed all the time. So yeah, say whatever the fuck you want. You're not the one who had to live with the guy.
And one of the biggest YouTubers who called him out on this was Repsion, who uploaded a video titled
Oh yes, Repsion, the guy who spreading child pornography so that he could just get back at him for reposting his girlfriend's OnlyFans content. Yeah, Elias donated $2. Was your grandpa pissed that your mom married a nigga? My mom never got married, and no, he wasn't racist, so he was fine with my mom dating black guys. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
Vegan Gains exploits death of family to push veganism, and he did not hold back any thoughts on Richard.
I was blown away at how disgusting and vile this video really is.
This guy falsely accused a high school student of spreading child porn because his crazy, wacko, dumb bitch girlfriend told him to do it. He also pressured his girlfriend to get an abortion after she cheated on him. Like, this is not a moral, upstanding person. This is a fucking dickhead.
This is the type of video which makes you sit back and say to yourself, is this guy gonna become
Oh, he's gonna mention the Repsion death threat thing. He's probably gonna lie about that too.
a school shooter?
He explained the ridiculousness of the situation and summed up perfectly the fact that just because his grandfather yelled at him during childhood, it does not give him the right to upload his death for views, money, and attention online.
Yeah, your grandfather yelled at
I can do whatever the fuck I want. It's called free speech, so I can film people dying, I can make fun of them while they're dying, I can be rude, a jackass, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. It's not violating anybody's rights. If you've got a problem with that, then cry about it, but I can film my grandfather dying and I can upload it to the internet if I want, so go fuck yourself.
at you growing up in your childhood. Congratulations, because I had the same issue with my father. I didn't have a great solid relationship with my dad up until now. He's had 2 strokes and he's differently, chemically speaking, in the
Jaquavius, Cumberdale donate $2. Crazy people in cars. Let me see.
Hey! Y'all can't park right here!
Jesus. Alright, well, maybe don't fuck with anybody from the hood. America. Well, that's why you shouldn't tailgate.
Fuck you! Get the fucking shit! Who the fuck? I don't know the fuck. No one knows who the fuck you are.
She threw something on our car. She threw something on our car. They killed all my kids. Call her. The other 2 are 25 feet from that shop. She threw something. I found 8 kids right there. 8 children in the bushes.
Then fucking get in your car and be a man.
Help us. Call the cops. She threw something on our car. Please. So you're gonna say what you did? Are you gonna say what you did? You didn't do nothing, right? Crazy. Oh, okay. Whatever you say, Liz. Please call the police. You guys started swerving into my car. Oh my God. Oh. Dude, there's 8 kids next to that shop on your team. 8 children. 3 are mine.
Oh god, that was great. Fucking crazy people are hilarious.
Ты прикинь, ебать его.
Oh my god. Did he just run a stop sign? I think this person might be overreacting. Jeez, he's bleeding.
Come on! Come on, Sean boy! Come on, Sean boy! Come on!
Dude, what the fuck? Holy shit. That is some of the worst road rage I've ever seen. Thanks for that donation, Jaquavius.
In his brain, despite us having a not a very good love relationship with one another, I would never, my first thought would never be to record him having a stroke. You show absolutely no concern. You sit there with this emotionless look.
Unfortunately for Repzion though, this put him in the crosshair for one of his psychotic rants, and it seemed like on this occasion, Richard took it way too far, as he genuinely threatened Repzion's life.
Okay, so I didn't give a shit that Repzion made a video criticizing me. The reason why I took the knife out and said I wanted to kill Repzion was because he was copyright striking my channel. I think this might have even happened before he made that video. Not sure. I can't remember what sequence of events led up to that, but Repzion made 2 copyright strikes against my channel because I directly responded to videos he made about me. One was a video about how he can't go vegan because he likes chocolate milk. And then I think the other was a video about the copyright strike. And then he copyright striked me again. And he he was going to copyright strike me like a third time if I made another video on him. So I was super fucking pissed. And yeah, like the guy was putting my like business at stake. At that point, I was making good money on YouTube. And he was going to take away my only source of income, so I was fucking pissed off. Somebody asked me on stream what I think about Repsion, and without thinking, because I was so mad, I just pulled out a knife and I'm like, yeah, I'd like to cut that asshole's throat. Anybody in a situation like that would have had those same kind of thoughts and feelings. I shouldn't have said it, but yeah, this is just a complete lie. I didn't make any mention of wanting to kill Repsion because he made a video criticizing me. The reason I was so pissed off was because he was falsely copyright striking my channel.
Repsion's a little fucking... He's just a piece of shit. Just watch him.
Out perfectly by the comment section. Calls meat eaters murderers. Threatens to kill someone for telling him to seek help. Vegan.
Yeah, again, I don't know where people got this idea. I was pissed off at him because he was copyright striking my channel.
The pinnacle of morality. This video was uploaded on Repsion's channel as he wanted a public record and accountability for Richard because of these threats. This incident really brought a lot of eyes to their channels and was one of the catalysts for Vegan Gains being viewed as a true psychopath. It was during this time he was making even more controversial comments, like the time he shared his true thoughts on children and the fact he actually wants to kill babies he sees.
Yeah. Here we go. So, that was a joke. I don't want to kill babies. I don't like babies, but I thought when I uploaded the video it was an obvious joke, but again, I guess people are retarded.
Revealed he actually had a vasectomy to stop himself from procreating, which I think we can all agree is a positive for humanity, no matter whose side you are on. All of these controversies started to build up, and Richard was starting to get a very bad name outside of the vegan community. Funnily enough though, inside the vegan community, he was actually building a pretty devoted following for saying what they were thinking, although it's important to note that this was a small extremist section of the community.
I don't know about that. I don't think there's any way to really tell. So, again, I don't think most vegans on YouTube think I'm a bad force.
His videos were getting more and more unhinged, and like Repsion said, it was becoming increasingly clear to the general audience that he was mentally unstable. He posted insanely polarizing and controversial videos, all to share the message of veganism, and probably to collect ad revenue. However, this ad revenue and ranting was all about to come to an end, as in 2019, YouTube deleted his channel. It was taken down in an automated deletion, and Richard claims it was due to an old video of his. You probably aren't too surprised by this, and people on...
Okay, again, this guy did absolutely no research, and I talked about this on my channel. The reason my channel got deleted was because they were copyright striking old videos of mine, and, or not copyright striking, community guideline striking, and they wrongfully guideline striked me. They looked at a live stream I made where I was talking about how it's bad to abuse animals, and some Indian fucktard who could barely speak English, who works on YouTube's moderation team, thought that I was promoting animal abuse. So they took my channel down because of that, and that's how I was able to get my channel back.
On Reddit weren't either, as when someone asked why his channel was down, another commenter explained that he's an insane person who has made so many videos where he says crazy homicidal stuff. I'm shocked it took this long. On the other end of the spectrum though, his vegan fan base were less than happy, and even started a Save Vegan Gains hashtag to fan base actually saved his channel, as not long after it was deleted, it was reinstated. However, much of his video catalogue base were less than happy of his channel. Honestly, after everything he's done, I find it amazing that he held on to such a dedicated fan base. Well, it looks like this dedicated fan base actually saved his channel.
My fan base had nothing to do with my YouTube account getting reinstated. YouTube wrongfully took down my channel, and I was able to get it reinstated. This guy's an idiot. He didn't bother doing any research on this video.
Not long after it was deleted, it was reinstated. However,
like, by the way, I'm still on YouTube. If he wanted to do this video about me, he could have just asked me. I have an email, I have an Instagram. He could have messaged me and said, hey, I'm making a video. Could you clarify, like, these things that happened? And I would have fucking told him, yeah, this happened for this reason. I was able to get my channel back for this reason. But this idiot doesn't fucking care, and he just uploaded this stupid nonsense.
much of his video catalogue before this had been deleted. You would think that this close shave with him almost losing his channel permanently, he would tone down the rants and calm down a bit. But it actually seems like the opposite happened, and the channel deletion vindicated him even more as he went on to try and drum up drama from one of the biggest creators on the platform, Penguin Zero. On the 26th of March 2020, Penguin Zero uploaded a video titled YouTuber tortures and eats animals alive, and the content on the video was pretty much that. It was covering a South Korean mukbang YouTuber who, in an attempt to separate herself from the other mukbang YouTubers, decided she would do things a bit differently. She recorded herself eating live sea animals, including octopus, which...
That girl So Young is a fucking piece of shit. Like, I hope North Korean agents abduct her and throw her in a fucking prison camp.
Seemed to be her favourite. Charlie rightly called this out and called the YouTuber disgusting for essentially torturing the animals she was eating. Considering the video is pushing 10 million views and every single comment is in support of Charlie, it's hard to see why someone would disagree with the points he made. But
I didn't disagree with the points I made, I merely pointed out Penguin Zero's hypocrisy. He says it's wrong to abuse animals while still supporting animal abuse with his food choices.
Classic Vegan Gains fashion, he found something to complain about, and in a bombshell video, he called Penguin Zero the arch hypocrite and gave some absolutely ridiculous reasoning behind the title of the video. He claims that because in a previous video uploaded by Charlie, where he's shown making pork sausages, that he's no better than the South Korean streamer who's eating animals alive.
Yeah, he isn't. The only difference is, she's the one abusing the animals. Charlie just pays somebody else to do it for him.
Live.
So there's absolutely no excuse for what you're doing here. You are supporting animal abuse and cruelty in the exact same way So Young is. The only difference here is that she's doing it herself, whereas you're paying someone else to do it. And in a way, it's even more...
Yeah, so can you come up with an argument for why my argument is wrong or bad or illogical, or are you just gonna say, Penguin Zero's right because Penguin Zero's right? Am I right in it?
Messed up what you're doing because the way you're doing it is nobody can see it.
Even after Charlie advocated for a humane and quick death for the octopus that the streamer was eating, Vegan Gains took issue with it, claiming that Charlie was supporting the meat industry and their awful treatment of animals before they're slaughtered.
So who are you to criticize So Young for not killing these animals quickly and humanely when you can't even do that yourself?
Obviously, not too many people agreed with him outside of the hardcore vegan.
Right, so he doesn't make an argument for why I'm wrong and just says, killing animals is okay in it?
World. And Charlie was not too happy with the video Richard made. He accused people like Richard and his devoted fans of giving veganism a bad name, comparing their mentality to a cult, and it's hard to disagree, with some of the biggest names in veganism being Vegan Gains and the Vegan Teacher, both of whom seem to love being involved in controversy and spewing hate speech. Charlie dismantled Richard's arguments with precision and explained
He dismantled my arguments with precision. I only make $50,000 a month in fucking Twitch subs alone. I'm just too broke to go vegan. That was his argument. Like,
explained why people pay for meat as opposed to slaughtering animals themselves, and it's hard to disagree with him.
I'm not paying someone to torture animals. What people who eat meat are under the impression of, they're paying...
Oh my god, dude. I hope this guy agrees to debate me. This is hilarious. You can come on my channel and debunk veganism if you'd like. I can set up a live debate and we'll see Just how stupid veganism is. These people are so stupid.
Someone to humanely provide that food for them, given the circumstances, as humane as it can possibly be.
Right, so Charlie's paying corporations like KFC to Holocaust animals en masse in brutal fashion. These chickens are given antibiotics where they grow so quickly that they're under constant pain and can't even support their own fucking body weight. And then they're fucking killed by having their throats slit open. Oftentimes, the stunning process doesn't even work, so they have their throats slit open while they're fully fucking conscious. And then Charlie's saying, oh wait, I'll do it in Penguin Zero's voice. I don't actually pay animals to get tortured. I only pay for animals to get killed in which they're tortured. So I'm not actually paying for animals to get tortured, even though they're getting tortured. So, there you go. Checkmate, vegans.
If I found out the place I'm getting my meat from has a fucking YouTube channel where they're finger blasting cow carcasses and using chicken corpses as baseball bats, I'll stop buying from it, obviously.
To round off the video, Charlie basically explained Richard's entire attack on him, with it boiling down to 1 or 2 points, which have easily been broken down by Charlie.
These are the only 4 times he made a point. The rest of the video was filled with either him repeating the same thing or showing the atrocities that do unfortunately occur in some places in the meat industry.
Obviously, Richard wasn't going to let this argument sit, and one day after Charlie uploaded his video, Richard uploaded his response video, which basically repeated a lot of the points he'd already made. He again attacks
yes, Charlie didn't make an argument, and I just restated my position.
Charlie for eating meat, even after Charlie says half the meat he eats is actually vegan meat, and basically
What does this have to do with anything? I don't care if half the meat he eats is vegan meat. All of it should be vegan meat.
just disagrees with Charlie on every point. It's safe to say Richard's response video was not well received, as his onslaught of Charlie was met with an 80%
Oh yeah, Charlie fans who watched the video disliked my video, therefore I'm wrong. Okay, that's how that works.
dislike ratio on his video, but it makes you think who the 5,000 people are who like this dross. Well, Charlie decided that enough was enough, and in a 22-minute video completely destroyed vegan gains, to the point where his channel has barely recovered since, and
Where are people getting the idea that Charlie killed my YouTube channel? Like, what? So Charlie making a video response to me and bringing new viewers over to my channel killed my channel. But the years of me responding to bigger creators with all of them downvoting my content, all the controversial videos I made talking about how Furious Pete should die, all that, none of that killed my channel. But Charlie saying he can't go vegan because veganism is too expensive, even though he's a millionaire, that killed my channel. Like, this guy is literally a fucking 7-year-old.
he is most well known as a psycho who got destroyed by Moist Critical. Charlie explained
Yeah, I got destroyed so bad by Moist Critical that he was too scared to fucking debate me and came up with, I think, 5 different excuses for why he couldn't debate me. I don't have enough time. I do have enough time, but I don't want to do it now because you're just looking for clout. Well, actually, I can't debate you because I was going to debate you, but I decided not to because you already made a video. Like, oh my god.
that he completely disagrees with the way Vegan Gains portrays veganism. He fully stands in support of regular vegans, those who are more level-headed and are fighting to make a genuine change. However, he's explained what Richard really is. He said this video will be the last time you hear him say Vegan Gains, because he's milking the drama, chasing clout by using the Penguin Zero name, and his constant attacks have made him
like, this is just fucking retarded. Clout chasing. What does that even fucking mean to you? I'm a vegan activist. Like, yeah, I think everybody who uploads videos to YouTube is trying to get views on their fucking videos, and one way to do that is by making response videos to large creators or like big media events. Penguin Zero does the same thing. Everybody does this. Why are you making a video about me? Fucking clout chasing. You have 50k subscribers. Like, what are you, fucking retarded?
Extremely tired. He said that vegan gains alienates people from the vegan way of life, and it makes the entire movement look bad. Because Charlie doesn't run a drama channel, he said he's completely done with him and his ridiculous conspiracy theories. And I speak for
cool story. Yeah, Charlie's done with me because he's an idiot and he can't make an argument.
everyone when I say he will not be missed. A commenter summed it up and said that it was ironic that a vegan YouTuber could cause this much beef. Since this controversy and his other arguments online, Richard's channel has fell off a cliff, and although he's managed to keep a very small core audience, they seem to be just as deluded as he is. And if you want to see more, make
Okay, so basically he didn't make an argument for why anything I did was wrong, just said, I'm offended, and then he thinks a good argument against veganism is, I just want to eat meat, I don't want animals to get tortured, so it's okay for me to pay for animals to get tortured and murdered. Alright, well thank you. Is everybody from the UK this retarded, or is it, like, just this guy? Are my comments getting deleted? Wait. Veganism ain't for everyone. I was vegan for years under your influence and it completely destroyed my hormones and musculature. That's a cool story. I love hearing cool stories. Well, we'll see if this fucking dumbass will debate me. He probably won't because he's a fucking cowardly retard.
To death by the Arab military and economic boycott, or it will perish by the fire of the Arab forces encompassing it from the south and from the north and from the east. For Israel, the Straits of Tiran is a key economic shipping route, and the blockade is considered an act of war. The key piece of the Middle Eastern puzzle, Nasser's provision of a casus belli, had just fallen into place. In effect, the ball was now in our court. Prime Minister Eshkol orders a full military mobilization, bringing the Israeli economy to a halt. Women and children begin digging trenches and preparing mass graves in Tel Aviv as reserve troops are called up across the country. On June 4th, as Arab saber-rattling grows louder, the Israeli War Cabinet votes for a preemptive strike. The attack is set for 7 a.m. on June 5th, 1967. On the eve of war, the Israeli Defense Forces, or IDF, have 264,000 troops, including reservists, and 1,000 tanks, mostly modified World War II models. They also have well-trained crews for their 250 combat aircraft who can fly double sorties. Egypt has 100,000 troops and 950 tanks in Sinai, along with 282 combat aircraft, while Syria has 75,000 soldiers and 300 tanks in the Golan Heights and 120 fighter jets. Jordan, with a British-trained military, fields 55,000 troops, over 300 mostly modern tanks, and 24 modern fighter jets. Israeli leadership are determined that this war will be different than the close-run conflict in 1948, and the preemptive strike plan has been in development for years. Israeli intelligence agency Mossad has agents in most Arab militaries, including German-Israeli Wolfgang Lotz, who befriends senior Egyptian officers while posing as a former SS officer. These agents help Israel map out the location of every Egyptian plane on the ground, and often their pilot's name, rank, and even voice. Israeli pilots practice their flight plans, and they and the ground crews know their targets and schedules even before orders to take off arrive. Pilots take off at different times from different bases around Israel and maintain strict radio silence. By 7:30 a.m. on June 5th, almost 200 Israeli jets are heading towards their targets, flying low over Egypt to avoid radar detection. Coincidentally, Egyptian anti-aircraft batteries have no fire orders because Field Marshal Amer is landing at an airbase later the same morning. Within an hour, Israeli jets knock out almost all Egyptian air bases, sever communications cables between the Sinai and Egyptian Army HQ, kill over a third of Egypt's pilots, and destroy the majority of Egyptian combat aircraft. Egyptian pilot Hashim Mustafa remembers the scene.
Will you play Battlefield 5 for $50? No, I hate Battlefield 5. It's a shit game.
Some 30 seconds from the end of the attack, a second wave of planes arrived. We ran about in the desert looking for cover. It was a sad comedy. Pilots of the newest and best equipped jets fighting with handguns. A ratio of losses 100% for us, 0% for them. Israel loses just 9 out of 200 planes over Egypt. The Israeli Air Force also strikes Syrian and Jordanian airfields, destroying over half of the Syrian and most of the Jordanian aircraft and runways. The IDF attacks on the ground as well. On the coast, the armor bypasses Rafah and the Gaza Strip to maximize the speed of the attack into Sinai. Egyptian troops are taken by surprise as Israeli Centurion and Patton tanks appear at their positions. We were exposed to a heavy armor attack on several axes, with the sea to our backs in the north and constant aerial and artillery bombardment. We had almost no communications with other headquarters in the sector and no knowledge of what was happening on the battlefield. While Israeli tanks race for the canal in northern Sinai, another force led by Major General Ariel Sharon breaks through Egyptian defenses at Katef, heading towards Abu Agela. Israeli mechanized infantry and tanks launch assaults with...
Bro, Shenmue is better than Battlefield 5. Battlefield 5 is just pure fucking AIDS.
...massed artillery support, while paratroopers landed by helicopter destroy Egyptian artillery positions. By evening, the Egyptian 7th and 20th Divisions have been destroyed. At 4 p.m., an emotional Field Marshal Amer briefs President Nasser. They both agree to cover up the losses to ensure Syria and Jordan don't drop out of the war. By the end of the first day, Israel has effectively eliminated the combined Egyptian, Jordanian, and Syrian air forces. In Sinai, Egyptian forces have lost their first defensive line and are falling back. In the east, King Hussein dashes Israeli hopes of Jordanian neutrality when he launches cross-border attacks. Israeli troops then push into the West Bank and towards East Jerusalem. Across the southern and eastern fronts, Jordanian and Egyptian troops are resisting, but Israeli speed, firepower, and coordination are too much. The next day, the battle for Jerusalem begins. After the 1948 war, Jerusalem was split along armistice lines. West Jerusalem becomes part of Israel, while East Jerusalem, including many holy sites, are under Jordanian control. The armistice line itself is a tangle of barbed wire and fortifications. Israeli troops have fortified the Mount Scopus exclave, while Jordanian troops garrison the Ottoman walls around the Old City. At 2 a.m. on June 6th, Israeli tanks, mortars, and rockets blast Jordanian positions. Israeli paratroopers fight an intense battle against the 2nd Al-Husseini Battalion over a heavily fortified position known as Ammunition Hill. Jordanian troops knock out 2 Israeli tanks, a Jordanian officer calls down artillery on his own position, and the fighting ends up in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The Israelis capture the hill at 5 a.m., but 31 Israelis and 71 Jordanians are dead. Israeli paratroopers also storm the American colony further south, but Jordanian troops ambush them after they make a wrong turn. Israeli paratrooper Yigal Nir remembers. Suddenly, the street turned into a slaughterhouse. In seconds, everyone around me was hit. Having not felt fear before, the transformation was drastic. I felt abandoned and suddenly hopeless. Israeli tanks, bazooka teams, and paratroopers fighting in close quarters overcome strong Jordanian resistance. Israeli forces then push further, taking the Rockefeller Archaeological Museum, the railroad station, and the former UNEF headquarters in the south. Israeli aircraft, enjoying complete air superiority, smash Jordanian reinforcements approaching from the east. King Hussein himself sees the aftermath of these strikes. I will never forget the hallucinating sight of that defeat. Roads clogged with all kinds of vehicles, twisted, disemboweled, dented, still smoking, giving off that particular smell of metal and paint burnt by exploding bombs. In the midst of this charnel house were men, wounded, exhausted. They were trying to clear a path under the monstrous coup de grace being dealt to them by a horde of Israeli mirages screaming in a cloudless blue sky seared with the sun. By midday, only the old city remains in Jordanian hands. To the north, Syria attempts a ground offensive, but it's a disaster. Syrian tankers discover that the bridges they need to cross are too narrow for their T-34s, and local Israeli militia beat back the disjointed and only Syrian offensive of the war. At the same time, Israeli forces rout disorganized Egyptian resistance in Sinai and push towards the Canal Zone. In Gaza, surrounded on 3 sides by Israel, IDF units defeat Palestinian militia in urban combat. At nightfall, both Field Marshal Amer and King Hussein order retreats to new positions. After another day of Israeli success, Jerusalem's old city is within reach, and the Egyptian army is more vulnerable than ever. Overnight on June 7th, Jordanian soldiers in Jerusalem's old city can see columns of reinforcements hit by Israeli air power, and their supplies are running low.
Thoughts donated $2. Let me see. The Twitter link he gave me is broken. The Twitter link he gave me is broken. And the other Twitter link he gave me is broken. So I don't know what's going on with Twitter, but the links aren't working. Thanks for the donation, Thoughts.
As Israeli forces begin to encircle them, Jordanian troops pull back, leaving the old city nearly undefended. Israeli Colonel Mordecai Gur of the 55th Paratroop Brigade sends a message to his battalion commanders. We occupy the heights overlooking the old city. In a little while, we will enter it. The ancient city of Jerusalem, which for generations we have dreamt of and striven for. We will be the first to enter it. The Jewish nation is awaiting our victory. Israel awaits this historic hour. Be proud. Good luck. A few minutes later, Gur's paratroopers are standing on the Haram al-Sharif, or Temple Mount, and soon they reach the Western Wall. For many Israelis and supporters in the Jewish diaspora, photos of this moment become the defining images of the war. For King Hussein, however, it's a disaster. His army and air force are destroyed, part of his kingdom is lost, and he's failed to protect Islam's third holiest site. On the Egyptian front, Israeli troops land unopposed by sea at Sharm el-Sheikh, reopening the Straits of Tiran. The Egyptian army is now approaching a breaking point. As Egyptian tanks, trucks, and troops crowd the roads, Israeli jets attack them with napalm, bombs, and cannon, while IDF ground forces sprint ahead to the Mitla and Gidi passes. There they ambush the already confused Egyptian units on their way to the Suez Canal. Egyptian forces resist as best they can, including effective use of T-55 tanks against Israeli AMX light tanks. But what starts as an orderly Egyptian withdrawal becomes a rout. Everyone lost their heads. We were told to withdraw, but we arrived to find the positions there already in flames. The army on the roads was in a state of complete collapse. It was a massacre, a disaster. The next day, June 8th, the disaster in Sinai continues. The IDF captures so many Egyptian prisoners of war that they disarm and release them to cross the Suez Canal on foot. There are also reports of Israeli soldiers executing Egyptian troops during the retreat. Israeli forces reach the canal in northern Sinai. 80% of the Egyptian army's equipment has been lost, including 10,000 trucks, 700 tanks, and hundreds of guns. In the confusion of the advance, Israeli planes and torpedo boats attacked the U.S. Navy intelligence ship USS Liberty off the Egyptian coast, killing 34 American crew members. The incident leads to American and Israeli investigations about fault and compensation that rule it an accident. While Egyptian propaganda praises Egyptian victories in Sinai, President Nasser and Field Marshal Amer privately accept that the war is lost. At 7:43 p.m., Nasser announces Egypt will accept a UN ceasefire and plans to resign. Spontaneous protests across Egypt press him not to resign, so he stays on, but Egypt's war is over. Now, with Jordan and Egypt out of the war, the IDF turns to Syria. Syria's defensive lines on the Golan Heights are entrenched in steep, rocky terrain and overlook Israeli positions. Minefields surround the few roads onto the heights, and Syrian troops have dug in tanks and artillery. Bunkers offer some protection against Israeli airstrikes as well. However, Syrian units are poorly trained, lack cohesive leadership due to recent purges, and lack effective air cover and air defenses. Syrian tanks are outdated, even including World War II-era German Panzer IV tanks. On June 9th at 9:40 a.m., Israel unleashes a massive air and artillery barrage aided by intelligence collected from spy Eli Cohen. Israel makes over 1,000 airstrikes against Syrian positions, but aren't effective in destroying Syrian bunkers. Syrian defenders inflict heavy casualties on Israeli tanks and bulldozers as they slowly push forward to clear boulders and mines. When Israeli infantry finally reach Syrian trenches, it takes hours for them to drive out the Syrian defenders.
Dodo donate $2. Remember when Penguin Zero dismantled your argument with precision and ended your career? It's okay to eat meat because, it's okay to eat meat. Yeah, I remember that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And 30 Israelis and 60 Syrians are killed. When Israeli forces attack again on June 10th, they find Syrian defenses abandoned, as Syrian units have withdrawn towards Quneitra. But Syrian radio mistakenly announces that Quneitra is already lost, which causes panic amongst Syrian army units who retreat in confusion towards Damascus. Even Syrian front commander Ahmad al-Mir flees on horseback in the chaos. An Israeli commander reports, "We arrived almost without hindrance at the gates of Quneitra. Everything was in working order. Tanks with their engines still running, communication equipment still in operation. We captured Quneitra without a fight." In the afternoon of June 10th, with the road to Damascus undefended, Syria accepts a UN ceasefire. After 6 days of near constant combat across 3 fronts, the 6-day war is over. So how did Israel manage such a complete victory? First, Israel's preemptive strike was a surprise. Arab air defenses were simply not prepared for a full-scale war. This allowed Israel's Air Force to eliminate the entire Egyptian, Jordanian, and most of the Syrian Air Force on the first day, giving Israel complete air superiority. This allowed the Israeli Air Force to concentrate on one front at a time. Second, the Egyptian and Syrian armies suffered from rampant corruption and conscripts lacked food and ammunition. Many were barely trained. Jordan's army was professional, but too small to hold the West Bank on its own. Third, flawed leadership. Field Marshal Amer, who'd been appointed largely because of his friendship with Nasser, didn't respond quickly or effectively to the attack. By ordering a premature retreat, Amer exposed his army to a total rout, and some officers even abandoned their men during battle. Syrian political purges had hollowed out their officer corps entirely. While the 6-day war was quick, it still took a grim human toll. Israel lost 679 soldiers killed, with 15 captured. Arab casualties are harder to estimate. Egypt lost about 11,000 dead with around 5,000 captured, Jordan 6,000 dead and 500 captured, and Syria 1,000 dead with 600 captured. Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, hoping war would lead to independence, instead found themselves under Israeli occupation. For the first time, Israel found itself responsible in part for hundreds of thousands of Arabs who did not live within its official borders. In the West Bank, some 240,000 Palestinians fled to Jordan and other Arab countries as refugees. In the Golan Heights, Arab Druze.
If your knee wasn't messed up, would you go on runs? Also, if you stopped exercising completely, do you think your mental health would decline massively?
Not anymore. I think I've solved my mental health problems, and I don't really need exercise to keep my mental health in check. If my knee didn't have any problems, I still probably wouldn't run. I just don't like running. Cycling's fun. I like using some cardio machines. I also like inline skating, but I hate running. It's boring. Thanks for that donation, LMAO. Free Veganstein donated $2. Oh man, peep this, too funny, LMFAO. She supports the same people who believe Shia Muslims are going to hell, but she doesn't even know where Palestine is. Let me see. Oh, I've already seen this. This is old news, dude. Like 80 people have sent me that clip. Thanks for the donation, though, free, Veganstein. Dodo donate $2. Need to watch Vegan Gains Sigma edit after that dumb video. Sigma as fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Villages found themselves separated from family and friends on the Syrian-controlled side. In some Muslim countries, there's a wave of anti-Semitic violence against local Jewish communities. Riots in Egypt, Yemen, Libya, Morocco, Lebanon, Iraq, and Tunisia see Jews arrested, beaten or killed, synagogues burnt, and many expelled. The Six-Day War had lasting political consequences as well. Israel found itself militarily dominant for the first time and suddenly 3 times larger territorially. For many Israelis, the war was a miraculous retelling of the David and Goliath story. In the Arab world, the war becomes known as the Naksa, or the setback. Arab states vow revenge and refuse to recognize or make formal peace with Israel, which leaves the region at risk of another war. For Palestinians, the Six-Day War led to the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza, a situation that has yet to be resolved nearly 60 years later. The Six-Day War was another step in the escalation of the Middle East conflict and another proxy battlefield of the Cold War. Just before the Six-Day War, Israel likely acquired its first nuclear weapon and considered nuclear energy for civilian use, much like many countries at the time did. In the Soviet Union, the vision of nuclear-powered communism had survived Stalin, and the first atomgrads, or atom cities, were being planned, one of them near the Ukrainian village of Pripyat. If you're interested to learn more about the Soviet nuclear...
Fucking IDF absolutely destroys, dude.
Hi. Alright, so one of my followers asked me, can you be gay and Christian? Now, I know this is a tough subject for people to speak about, but I'm gonna let the Bible speak for itself.
Alright, let's see it.
What does the Bible say about homosexuality? In Leviticus 20:13, it says if a man lies with a man as they do with a woman, they have both committed an abomination. So from that scripture alone, it's saying that if you be with the same gender, you have committed an abomination.
This chick's weave is an abomination. I have not seen such a fucking horrible hairline on a black woman in my fucking life, dude. What is this shit?
Abomination.
So a few quick things here. First, this is not letting the Bible speak for itself. This is reading a passage and then incorrectly explaining what it means. Second thing, this passage has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with homosexuality, the way we use that word today as a reference to sexual orientation. They did not organize their understanding of human sexuality anciently the way we do today. Our understanding of homosexuality as a sexual orientation differs wildly from the way they thought about the motivations that people would have to pursue same-sex intercourse anciently. The Bible is talking about an act of sexual intercourse. It is not talking about a sexual orientation. Next, this passage does not condemn.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, check out the same moderator in the Colorado U.S. Congress race debate with Lauren Boebert Grill and Asian MAGA cult member LMFAO.
Let me take a look.
Trump president, he has a well-documented history of anti-Asian racism, referring to his own cabinet secretary, Elaine Chao, as China-loving and Coco Chow. He mocks Asian accents at campaign events. He called COVID Kung Flu, said that Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin's name sounds Chinese.
Okay, calling COVID Kung Flu is fucking based. That's hilarious.
Why do you respect a man who doesn't respect you?
Because I don't think those are personal attacks. I don't think that's his true nature of who he is. If I look at...
You think he's pretending to be racist?
I don't think he's pretending to be racist. I just think he's also making statements that he sometimes, I don't believe he knows. I think he talks before he thinks. If I look at Donald Trump's history of who he is as a person, I feel he's a very strong humanitarian. I feel like this is a man who's been in favor with a lot of people in the past. And I think sometimes we take things,
Trump is a strong humanitarian. He was literally advocating the U.S. to commit war crimes.
For what it initially is stated, but then if you look at the person who he is really, I do believe he is a good person.
You support Donald Trump for president?
Oh, that was idiotic. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass. Assassin donated $2. Open the Discord, jackass. Alright, just because you asked nicely. Let me open up the Discord. There we go. I don't know who wants to pop in, but anybody who wants to pop in, there you go.
And female same-sex intercourse in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. It is focused entirely and exclusively on male same-sex intercourse because the concern was the violation of a social hierarchy.
All right. Who the hell are you? And what do you want? Your mic is muted, by the way. Okay. I don't know who the fuck that is. Hey. Hello?
Oh. Sorry. I was trying to join the channel. My bad.
What do you mean? What, you didn't want to talk on Discord?
Oh, I just meant to join your Discord.
Okay, so you didn't want to, like, actually talk to me on Discord.
I mean, sorry, I'm getting feedback. No, I've been listening. Yeah, you. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I've been enjoying.
Hello? Your mic is muted.
Yo, how's it going?
Yeah, good. What's up?
Yeah, I wanted to. Well, I had a couple things. So I was going to ask about what kind of research you want to see come out of exercise science. If you have any ideas.
What kind of research? I'd like
Or
to see.
improvements.
Yeah, so I guess primarily what I'd like to see is more research on length and partials, because that's kind of an interesting development that seems to have something to it.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like there's a confusion between length in partials and tension under stretch. And
Yeah.
I think, like, it seems like tension under stretch is really where the growth seems to be coming from, like not just the stretch itself. Although I think there's a different type of hypertrophy just from the stretch versus stretch. I don't know, versus tension in the stretch. So yeah, they need to parse that out. Also, I think they need to figure out, certain movements are just super good for a peak contraction. And like, we don't have any research on just comparing, peak contraction peak contraction and lengthened partials versus just lengthened partials. Like, what's better? Should we do, both? Or what are we doing?
Well, there is a
Right?
little bit. Length and partials seem to be superior based on a few new studies that have come out versus full range of motion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I've definitely incorporated some of that in my training. So I do some length and partial work right now with isolation movements. I'd also just like to see more research on volume, because they haven't really found an upper ceiling on what would effective volume be. And there was that 50 set study where
Yeah, where they just did the quads, right?
yeah. So that's kind of interesting. Like from that data, if like what you can get from it is it seems like you could handle a lot of extra volume if you're doing some sort of specialization phase. But I'd like to see like total body volume and see what kind of the limits are with what effective volume would really look like and what the maximum ceiling is.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, that would be nice. It's just that it's so impractical. Like I'm sure that there's like a crazy upper ceiling for specialization phases, like you're saying, but you have to build up to that, and it's just so yeah, it's just like so impractical. Like the time restraints basically on that. Yeah. But okay, I had one more thing about the length and partials thing though. Like, um, okay. Yeah, so you saw the study, I'm sure, that showed that a full range of motion set taken to failure and then kind of supersetted, or sorry, intensifier set with continuing that set with length and partials to failure in the stretch position, like they did that in a calf study recently.
Yeah.
They were talking about it on Stronger by Science and whatever. Anyways, that had like 50% more growth than just doing a normal set. But so that is saying that just doing length and partials. Oh no, that was just doing to failure. But what I wanted to see was, and what I wanted to say was that I wanted to see just length and partials to failure compared to full range of motion and then length and partials to failure, rather than just full range of motion to failure, versus full range of motion to failure and length and partials to failure. Like that would be way more interesting to me. Of course, you're gonna get more growth doing full range of motion to failure plus length and partials to failure. So, anyways, I think that would be cool to see.
Yeah.
Like a cohort of just length and partials to failure. But anyways, I had a vegan thing because I'm not vegan. So if you want,
okay,
could I? Okay,
yeah, we can debate veganism.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you can try name the trade on me if you want, but
yeah. So
okay.
I mean, I think violence.
I had one thing about.
Sure.
I had one thing about eating. So a lot of vegans don't understand. They can eat animals, right? If as long as they're saving calories from being wasted, right? So it's all about like what's ethical, right? So I don't know. I feel like a lot of vegans should be eating meat that would have otherwise been wasted, and in fact, it might be immoral for them on their worldview to not eat it. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. So that I just want to say that I don't know if you have any thoughts on that or whatever, or if you do.
Yeah, I have
eat,
a few thoughts. For one thing, I think the only responsibility you have is to not violate the rights of others. So let's say there's a circumstance where meat is going to be thrown out in a dumpster and you go dumpster diving. Technically you could be increasing productivity of food if you were to eat food waste or food that's going to be thrown out in the garbage. But I don't think you have any kind of I don't think it's morally necessary to do that because, again, that's not going to... You're not violating the rights of someone if you're choosing not to eat meat that's going to be thrown out.
I disagree. Well, can I?
Yeah, sure.
Deal with that one? I slightly disagree with that because you are supporting the agriculture industry versus supporting nothing. Or sorry, versus stopping the need for more production of calories, which has externality like effects on like certain wildlife animals like that are, you might think
I
it's
would say
trivial.
that's probably a good thing though.
Oh, to
I would.
Okay, I can see there might be
I would
arguments there,
like
yeah,
to
sure.
see more human habitation taking away wildlife.
No, I'm saying that if you don't dumpster dive, you're gonna have to consume more plant-based food.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. But instead of not needing to consume any more food, and in which case, both industries have negative effects, right?
Yeah.
On animals, even plant-based food. So yeah, so I don't know. It's just a minor thing, and I don't think it's like practical or anything. But I was just saying, like,
Yeah, but the point I'm
vegans
making
feel bad
is
about
I don't
eating
see that as a
chicken.
problem because the more human habitation you have, the less wildlife you have, and therefore the less wild animal suffering.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I can see arguments there. That's fine. But don't you think, like, okay, fine. I concede that point. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I
but
just think vegans shouldn't feel bad about eating meat if it's going to go to waste otherwise. Like that, yeah.
yeah, like we can also talk about how if you are eating meat, like let's say you have a buddy who can't finish their hamburger, and you say, "Oh, well, instead of throwing that out, give it to me." You're just promoting the culture of meat eating. I'd rather tell my friend that he shouldn't be eating the burger and he should be eating a plant-based burger and not partake in that kind of activity that supports
Okay.
the suffering, death, and exploitation of animals. So that's like another aspect to it. If
All right.
somebody is just like, I don't know, dumpster diving, I can't really make an ethical argument against that aside from, say, like zoonotic disease transmission. Like you could personally get food poisoning or something from eating that. That's not necessarily going to affect anybody else, but you know, we see like these flu pandemics, the coronavirus pandemic. All these pandemics have been caused by people consuming animals. So the less people consuming animals, the better, because you're talking about hundreds of thousands to even millions of human deaths per year from zoonotic disease transmission. So I think we should just not eat meat or animal products ever, because that's a massive source of human disease, not just from chronic disease, but from communicable disease transmission.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's arguments like that can work, so that's fair enough. Yeah, do you want to quickly name the trait?
Yeah,
See if I can deal with it.
I think violence has to be justified, and if you're going to, you know, make the claim that we shouldn't, you know, eat humans because humans are sentient, we have feelings and all this, and you believe in the concept of human rights, anytime you commit violence against a human being, you have to justify it, like self-defense, for instance. So I would like you to name the trait that is lacking in animals that, if lacking in human beings, would justify killing and eating human beings and treating them the same way we treat animals.
It's you know, I should have been ready for you to ask it that way. Um, yeah. Well, I don't think it's necessarily wrong to like this is the thing, right? If like in a vacuum, I don't think it's wrong necessarily to for like a human to be killed. Because and the reason for that is simply just because I don't we don't know that life is necessarily worth living or you know on balance is like good, right? And you know you get into these anti-natalistic uh like philosophical arguments where it's like, well, it might be immoral to have children, for example. Now, I don't agree with those arguments necessarily, but I'm sympathetic to people having those types of positions, and I can't contradict those positions. So I don't I cannot say that it's wrong to do it. It's just not in my preferences. Yeah. So that's kind of the direction I would take with that. So I don't think it's
So
wrong.
I'm not understanding the proposition being made.
I'm just saying I don't see why it's wrong. Like I don't see why it's wrong to end sentient life, including humans. Other than in a vacuum and only in a vacuum. Yeah.
Right, okay, but you do like believe in universal human rights, right?
Um, in a sense, but mostly because of the externalities, namely like family values and um, like if family, friends, the world, society, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, but do you believe in human rights or not?
Not
Like,
as a
do you think...
fundamental concept.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, not not intrinsically. It only that concept only arises as a consequence of society, family, friends, etc. Yeah.
I'm still not understanding what you mean by that. Like, do you think humans should be able to kill each other? Like, do you believe that there shouldn't be any laws? Like, what do you
Put
mean?
it to clarify that. It'll make it really simple if I just say I think it's totally fine to I don't know that it's wrong if someone ended Earth, like if someone blew Earth up and we all died in an instant. I don't know
Sure.
that that's wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so if you're coming from that sort of perspective, that you think death might be a more merciful act than allowing somebody to live and suffer, then you're supporting an industry that brings upon more suffering. Like
By
animals have
introducing
to
more
be
life?
bred. Animals have to be bred into existence. So if
Um,
you're kind of coming from an antinatalist or ethlist position where you think it may be better to have a lack of existence, well, you're bringing animals into existence who will suffer and will die.
Sure, but it may be good for them to come into existence also. Like I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying I don't know that it's wrong to end their existence.
Okay, well, you can't have it both ways. You can't say bring somebody into existence is likely bad because it causes suffering, but then say, but it might be good because they might experience well-being. So, like, what
Well, no, but
position do you hold?
I'm not the one making the claim though, right? Like I'm not making a claim. Like so like you're saying I'm wrong, I'm unethical, right? Or you're not. You're just trying to say that what my position leads down is like some sort of reductio ad absurdum, right?
Well, the point of name the trait is to either point out that your position is either contradictory, in which case you're going to have to bite the bullet and say, yeah, I'd be fine with taking away human rights, or point out that you need to have some sort of other ethical framework to justify killing animals.
Right. Yeah, I just don't. I guess I just. Yeah, I just don't.
So like, what position do
have
you
a
hold?
contradiction.
Are
It's
you in
definitely a
favor of like antinatalism, ethylism? It's better for everything to go extinct, or do you
I
believe
like
that
life.
humans and animals have a right to live?
I think that has to be a false dichotomy. I think, but because
Well, you either support one or the
I just
other.
don't
Like, do you
know.
think? So, like, I'm just asking you, do you think there should be human rights? Like, yes or no? Do you think humans should be allowed to live?
Yes, sure. Yes.
Okay, so if you think humans should be allowed to live, then name the trait that's lacking in animals that, if lacking in a human being, would take away the human being's right to live.
All right, I'll try to go down this road. Okay, let's just say like family, friends, like in the on the level of whatever as a human being, I guess.
Okay, so can you explain that a bit more? Like, are you talking about the subject having personal relationships with others that care about them?
I don't even know because I'm going down a bad path here, to be honest.
Because, I mean,
'Cause this
people
is-
have very strong relationships with animals. Like, how many people would kill to save their pets?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I think that one of the main reasons I'm against killing people and people getting killed is because like the doctor example where a doctor kills 5 people to save 1, I'm actually in favor of that, right? But the problem is with what's going to happen to the doctor and what's going to happen to society. So that's where I'm not in favor of it. So it's stuff like that I would say. It's those abstract kind of societal changes that come as a result of being able to kill things. People can't handle it emotionally, right? So I think that's the main problem with it. I don't have a ground level philosophical problem with it though. So
Okay, well, that doesn't really have anything to do with name a trait. Like, again, you say you're in favor of, humans having a right to exist. So, what's the trait that animals are lacking?
No, I guess I actually don't have that. I don't share that view. Yeah.
So you'd be fine with a human meat industry where people are being bred into existence to be turned into hamburgers?
Only without societal consequence and without pain and suffering involved in that process. Right. So just the kill, if you're just talking about the killing of it independent of the pain that comes along with a lot of killings, then sure, yeah. But again, that's not a reductio in my view, because, and I think most people would actually not find that reductio because they can't demonstrate that they know that life is worth living. Like, people cannot justify that, so they have to say that they don't know if that's bad or not under their own moral view.
If you're going to have an antinatalist or F-less position where you're against existence, then how do you justify bringing in beings into existence?
Okay, that's
for
the
an
stronger
industry?
point. Yeah. That's the stronger point. And the only way that's justified is that I don't know if it's bad to bring them in. It's just like that's
Well,
ultimately I just
I
honestly
mean,
don't.
you have to, like, I mean, you have to support one or the other. You're either antinatalist, F-list, or you're pro-natalist or pro-existence.
I mean, I
Like, you can't
personally
hold
lean
two
towards
views simultaneously.
I lean towards more pro-existence, but not so much that it doesn't allow for the ability to kill something for some sort of a pleasure-based benefit that might increase the value of living. Right?
Okay, so if there was a human meat trade where human beings were bred into existence, let's say they were treated well, they were raised up until, I don't know, age 5, and then they're brought to the doctor where the doctor gives them a lethal injection where they're killed painlessly, and then they're turned into hamburgers. You wouldn't have a problem with that?
Not necessarily. Just the only reason I don't have a problem with that is because look, the problem when you ask that example is that you can't parse that out from societal consequences. And the listeners, like, this is like an audience-based thing, because like, there's no logical problem with my view, right? So it's only a rhetoric.
What are the societal consequences that you have a problem with?
Well, I don't think that people would be okay living in that type of society. I think there would be emotional instability. There would be being scared of being put into such a system or being killed at any time, or there would be paranoia, right, and stuff like that. So that's my problem with it. It's
Okay,
kind of
well, if
foresight.
societal instability is an issue, well, the animal agriculture industry causes PTSD. A lot of slaughterhouse workers end up having to quit because of severe PTSD from killing animals. There are vegans and vegetarians and even meat eaters who hate seeing slaughterhouse footage, hate the idea of animals being, tortured and killed.
Same here. It makes me really sad. I honestly get really sad.
It causes food instability, where Cornell University estimated that you'd be able to feed about 700 million more people if you were to just stop animal agriculture and feed the livestock feed directly to human beings in the form of corn and soybeans. The United Nations released a report stating that we would be able to feed the population that's expected to exist by 2050, which I believe is 10 billion people, while using less agricultural land than we use today. They also stated that animal agriculture is a massive contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, about 30%, which is also increasing food instability. So,
the greenhouse gas,
sorry?
Like, the time horizon, greenhouse gas is in like a cycle, right? Like it, like a cow's life, they'll produce a certain amount of greenhouse gas, and like whatever amount of years later, that will get like reabsorbed in some like cycle, and like keep going. Like it's an equilibriatic system.
Not.
But it should be over about a 7-year time frame, I think.
Well, it's not. You can look at the greenhouse gas content in the atmosphere. It's increasing.
Yeah, but the amount of cows are increasing, no?
No. It's been stable for the last few decades.
Okay, I'll look into that more. I thought it was an equilibriatic system or equilibrium.
Well, no. So greenhouse gases do get reabsorbed into the environment. So, like trees will convert it. It'll get absorbed into the ground. Oceans absorb greenhouse gases to some extent. But the actual greenhouse gas content in the atmosphere is increasing year after year. It's kind of like if you were to fill up a bathtub that has the drain open. If you fill up the bathtub with water fast enough, even if there's a drain leaking out some of the water, if the water's coming fast enough, the tub will overflow.
Right. Okay. So there's some, yeah, okay. That makes
So,
sense.
I mean, if you're worried about societal instability, oh yeah, and I forgot to mention zoonotic disease transmission. So you have hundreds of thousands of deaths per year due to flu virus. You've had an estimated 7 million deaths due to coronavirus and counting. We've had near extinction events like the bubonic plague and the Black Death, where half of the human race was wiped out. Again, that was zoonotic disease transmission. You have tuberculosis. You have staphylococcal infections. I mean, the list goes on. E. coli. So again, if you're worried about societal instability, then what's the justification to eat meat?
Sure. Yeah, I think those are some things to consider for sure. So yeah, I think I just think on that and look at some of those arguments. But yeah, just on the moral front, my position is just more moral. I understand there's problems with the actual practice of the meat industry, but mine's more like theoretical. So, but yeah, no, I'm excited to look into some of those empirical claims. So yeah, cool.
All right, man. Take care.
Take care, man. Peace.
Dodo $20. Can some anti-vegan or pro-Hamas dumbass join the Discord so we can get to watch a debate? We can only hope. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ask this nigger how girthy his cock is for me, please.
Maybe. Thanks for the donation, King Earth. Hello? Your mic is muted. Hello? Hello? You there? Your microphone is muted, sir. I'll give him another 10, 15 seconds. Okay, I don't know what that guy wanted to do in here. Hello? Okay, he left. I don't know why people join and then don't talk, but alright.
Hierarchy of domination and penetration. In short, men were the dominators and the penetrators. For a man to take a submissive role, a passive, a receptive role in an act of same-sex intercourse was to entirely violate that social hierarchy of domination and penetration, and that was considered wrong because they were at the very top of that hierarchy. This is also why it was considered inappropriate for a man to be on the bottom during intercourse with his own wife. We find this in early Jewish texts, find this in ancient Mesopotamian texts, and from other societies around Israel. This was all about this hierarchy of domination and penetration.
And in Leviticus 18:22-23, it says, "You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination, nor shall you mate with any animal." So God puts homosexuality in the same category as bestiality, meaning those who are the same gender and are being with each other sexually is no better than a human mating with an animal.
This is not what the Bible is saying, and this is disgusting and hateful rhetoric.
But why would God allow people to be gay? Here's why. It's because they changed the truth of God's words into a lie. It's because God gave them over to shameful lust.
So this is a misrepresentation of Paul's misrepresentation of how the Greco-Roman world got to be the way it was. But before I get to that, I also want to point out that this is an attempt to reduce all homosexuality down to one single explanation that entirely ignores so much of the LGBT.
Dodo donates to lawyers. What would Jordan Peterson say about the hierarchy of domination and penetration? Can you answer that in Peterson's voice? Well, you know the rules, Dodo. Impersonations are $10. But, thanks for the donation, dude.
LGBTQ plus community, because it says that God only allows people to become homosexual if they worship the created over the creator. And this ignores the fact that millions of homosexuals around the world were born, raised, and have always been committed and faithful Christians. And so this entirely ignores their lived experience so that all homosexuality can be explained as a rejection of God, so that one can maintain the fiction that God only allows them to become homosexuals if they abandon God. And that is wildly inaccurate, and that is wildly misguided. But let's get to Romans 1. This is Paul attempting to explain how the Greco-Roman world got to be the way it was. And Paul starts from the idea that God is manifest in creation. Therefore, anyone who
I love that. I actually gotta watch that again. That's good.
can observe creation must know enough about God to be responsible for adequately worshiping God. And because the Greco-Roman world worships idols and worships the works of their own hands and animals who are God's own creation, they are knowingly abandoning proper worship in favor of worship of the created. And so in overturning that created natural order, they are abandoning God. Therefore, God is removing these restraints that were placed on their natural passions and everything so that they're allowed to run wild, resulting in such extremities as same-sex intercourse and a bunch of other things. And it is entirely inaccurate. That is absolutely not where same-sex intercourse comes from. And the attempt to deploy Paul's misunderstanding today as an explanation for where homosexuality comes from.
Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Is misguided and phenomenally harmful.
Which is the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah.
So that's absolutely not the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah. We know this for a couple of different reasons. The first is that Genesis 19 does not present homosexuality as the problem. Genesis 19 presents the men of Sodom using the threat of sexually assaulting another man as a means of shaming and subjugating an outsider who is visiting. And so they are being phenomenally inhospitable and wanting to shame this outsider. And we have a very similar story in Judges.
Maui and Joey, TTT777. Couldn't agree more. Maui and Joey are sweet boys.
19, where an outsider is staying the night in a town and the men surround the house and threaten that man with sexual assault as well. So these stories are about using the threat of sexual assault as a means of dominating and shaming, and specifically dominating and shaming an outsider as a violation of the expectations of hospitality. And we even have a passage in the Bible that explicitly identifies the sin of Sodom. That's Ezekiel 16:49. And it says it is pride, it is an overabundance of bread, it is prosperous ease, and it is them refusing to aid the poor and the needy, and being haughty, and then it says doing abominable things. Now that's generally where people say, are
you going to do the ephilism debate within Mendham?
No, and there's two main reasons. One, his definition of ephilism relies on moral realism, so it would just end up being a moral realism debate. And since debating him, I realized he's a fucking retard. The guy is a Holocaust denier. He doesn't think Germans actually planned out the Holocaust and gassed Jews to death. So there are much more problematic issues that I think are more important to debate him on than ephilism. So the ephilism debate would just be another moral realism debate, and I'd rather debate him on something like the Holocaust and point out he's a retarded bigot. But thanks for that donation, Sage Mosher.
abominable things, that's a reference to same-sex intercourse. That's not clear from the text at all, and keep in mind, abominable things refers to a lot of different things in the Hebrew Bible, including women wearing pants. So let's think a little more clearly about these texts before we start so blithely deploying them as rhetorical bludgeons against oppressed groups.
The cities of Sodom and Gomorrah and their neighboring towns, all filled with lust of every kind, including lust for men with other men.
So this is an absolutely laughable mistranslation of this passage in Jude, which does not refer in any way, shape, or form whatsoever to men lusting after other men. It uses the Greek phrase sarkos heteros, which means other flesh, which is not a reference to same-sex intercourse, but a reference to the men of Sodom trying to sexually violate angels because they were not sexually compatible. This was actually a big debate in this time period based on Genesis 6, which talks about the children of God having children with the daughters of humanity. And there was a debate over whether or not these were angels or humans, and the sexual compatibility of angels and humans was being debated. And so what Jude is referring to, as you can see from the passages around it that are talking explicitly about the relationships of angels and humans, is saying no, that is inappropriate for humans to be engaging in sexual activity with angels. This is the overwhelming scholarly consensus.
Which means he abandoned you, allowing you to think unnatural, because you don't truly believe in him.
Once again, this is an abhorrent falsehood that entirely ignores the lived experiences of faithful and committed Christians all around the world who are homosexuals.
People were so angry that they wasn't allowed to love who they wanted to love that they began to mock God's word. For example, the fake white Jesus that y'all praise till this day is a gay white man.
So this is an absolutely ludicrous conspiracy theory that I treat in more detail in my video number McClellan 1297. But in short, there are absolutely no data whatsoever that indicate Cesare Borgia was ever the subject of a painting of Jesus, or that he was the gay lover of Da Vinci. He had a pretty serious case of syphilis during the year and a half that he was employed by Da Vinci, and Da Vinci did not paint Jesus anywhere near that time period. The closest we get is several years later, his Salvator Mundi, which is very clearly not based on Borgia. And Jesus had been depicted using more European-looking features for about 1,000 years by the time of Da Vinci and Borgia's lives.
He basically saying if you pray to him, he is not hearing you, because he abandoned you for your lustful, unnatural desires.
So this is remarkably naive, hateful, and harmful rhetoric, and people die every day because of it. The simple fact is that there is not a single syllable of the Bible that is non-negotiable. It is all negotiable, and so much of it has already been negotiated away. Ever since it started being written, it was being negotiated with. The only reason that this remains a central identity marker for so many Christians is because it is useful for the structuring of power and values. It is useful for boundary maintenance. Christians find it useful, and so it stays around. But it will go the way of everything else we have negotiated away as soon as enough people have decided that the lives of those LGBTQ plus people are more important than the utility of this identity marker for our identity politics. We need to get over this.
Absolutely based. Let's see.
Everyone, I'm super excited to have on the show my brother, my friend, a legendary animal rights activist.
You know what? I think I'll react to this tomorrow instead.
What would your mental state be if you lost?
Let me see. Is VG an antinatalist? No, I don't think I'm technically an antinatalist. One donated $2. Watch the new Frank vid. Well, James isn't here, so I think I'll wait till tomorrow to react to it. Thanks for the donation, though, one.
$200 million in one day. In one day, ladies and gentlemen. That's a question I want to start off this video by, and I wish you guys could answer the actual question in the comment section below. Because let me tell you something right now. I would cry, I would go insane, and I would probably start hucking my feces across the walls, okay? I go full crazy. So ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what happened yesterday. Something that I love about the internet is fused with Flying Kitty. Roaring Kitty's actual description. Roaring Kitty is a channel that revolves around educational streams where I share my daily routine of tracking stocks and performing investment research, okay? Extremely aggressive style of investing. And to show you how extremely aggressive this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is him sitting on a Secret Labs kind of chewed up chair, I want to say, or actually no, that might just be the design. He's sitting there just vibing, drinking a beer, having a good time, talking about, you know, hey guys, this isn't for everybody, okay? You got to be a real diamond hands, Tom Brady motherfucker to be doing this. Now, of course, you might be pausing the video right here, and let me just pause this for you. Look real closely at this person's E-Trade account, okay? Now, if you look at the positions our buddy Roaring Kitty is sitting at, you're looking at a daily gain unrealized of negative 42%. Now, it might be hard to read, but that is 237,300,000 US dollars, okay? Now, even losing all of that money, he still actually is sitting with a value of, again, 100.
Dude, how do people get this kind of money? That is insane. If I had 200 million, I wouldn't bother doing shit. Fuck investing. You got all the money you fucking need for the rest of your life, like 100 times over.
$160 million on this position, $160 million on this one position, $350 million, $609,005 in value. So you're still looking at a total gain of 84%. This man has $146 million, $663,000. I'm sorry, hold on. You know what I just realized? Like, what literally entered my head? There are countries that have gross domestic products,
Holy
GD
fuck.
fucking Ps, smaller than his losses for the day. This is a YouTuber. This guy lost the GDP of a small country, more than the GDP of some small countries. And he's just sitting there vibing. You know, like I said at the start of this, what would you do mentally if you lost that kind of money? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would go mentally insane. But Roaring Kitty, he is without a doubt one of the most strongest-willed men. And what he is doing requires the strongest of wills. Now, I don't know if this is necessarily, financial intelligence or if this is straight up insane amounts of gambling. I'm sure he'll say it's a bit of fucking both. But again, to give you an idea, Roaring Kitty was one of the initial minds 3 years ago, back in 2021, in regards to GameStop, which is exactly where his position was put into. See, I don't want to say GameStop right off the bat because I believe that your mind should...
It's smelling a lot less smelly in chat. Any idea why? 777 septvigintillion 777 sexvigintillion 777 quinvigintillion 777 quartervigintillion 777 trevigintillion 777 duovigintillion 777 unvigintillion 777 vigintillion 777 novemdecillion 777 octodecillion 777 septendecillion 777 sexdecillion 777 quindecillion 777 quatuordecillion 777 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 TTTTTTTTTTTTTTT 69,420 dab.
I don't know why it's smelling less in chat, but thanks for that donation, Sanic the Hedgehog.
Bring this stuff together. Now, GameStop, if you don't remember, in 2021, it was a meme stock, a part of many meme stocks, AMC, AMC as well, where basically a whole bunch of internet individuals, retail traders is what people would consider them as, got into the markets through third-party applications on their phones like Robinhood and started purchasing stocks. And this is what caused many short squeezes to occur, causing massive amounts of money to be made and a serious threat to institutional traders at large, okay? So to give you a quick reminder of just how GameStop had actually started to come into, I'm going to show you just the beginning of like this person's account. So looking at our buddy, Roaring Kitty, his to a Reddit account, Deep Fucking Value, all right, clearly it is valuable indeed. He posted 3 years ago, and for 3 years he didn't really say anything until 6 days ago he came onto r/superstonk, which is a place where you discuss the, possibilities of GameStop stock, right? Insane shit. And if you look into it, he was literally showing gains, $210 million of value in just those GameStop positions. So immediately this guy came back to life 3 years after the fact and started sharing some of these actual gains. So it started gaining more, $289 million. At one point,
Holy
literally
shit.
June 6th, he had a total value of $586 million.
Yeah, that's when you take your money out of the stock.
If this price had went up and held at like, what, $60, the man would have been a billionaire. Insane. I believe this might be one of the richest YouTubers out there, okay? After this would be like, what, Mr. Beast? Or around Mr. Beast? This guy is sitting with insane gains and losses. This dude's financial wallet is a goddamn roller coaster. I am 30 years of age, and I'm sure I would have heart palpitations if my account moved the needle like that. So when he was streaming yesterday, that same stream that I showed you was literally on CNBC and plenty of financial TV shows. Like the finance world kind of stopped to put on a YouTube stream just to witness this guy's insane degeneracy. And throughout the course of his streaming day, he was just losing the money, okay? Like the actual stock was just going down throughout the day. And what does he do? He just laughs about it. He's roaring kitty. He can handle this, dude. His brain is fine. After
This guy might actually be a millionaire. He had fucking basically 500 million wrapped up in one fucking stock?
market hours, he's good with that shit. He'll just look at the amount go down per second.
How did he
It's
get that
insane.
money?
Now,
Like,
Roaring Kitty, also
that's
known
crazy.
as Keith Gill, actually did testify in amongst back in 2021, I believe, in front of the SEC and Congress about this whole situation. To give you an idea of what GameStop stock was and what this mania had occurred, we have to understand what a short is. Now, I'm not a financial expert or a
Dude, that's insane.
She's still going, mate. That's not the date. Mate, we're talking about iPads. This is my iPad 4 from back in the day. I bought this brand new. It was like an A4 piece of paper. It's all messed up. Like, they fixed it now, but for a long time, it was backwards. Actual kind of work, because that's how Apple keeps selling the stupid
Video yet? My car channel is just a dumpy car channel. I
sponsored spots.
Okay, that's boring.
Jack, rip that door.
What are you doing here?
Getting you out. Here, put this on. You'll need it.
You can still send me videos to react to.
You could get to a
And
lot
pause
of
the
trouble
game.
for doing this.
Not anymore. Things have changed. It's your father. He needs you.
My father? But he's gone, Anya. He's dead.
No, he's out there. He needs you.
Anya, wait. What the hell's going on? Anya. Wait.
The locusts have broken through to his house and called in to sleep. Goodbye. He says he's sorry. He says...
Marcus, what in God's name are you doing here? You're going to get yourselves killed, both of you.
Come on, Dad. I've come to get you out of here.
I've got to save my research. Do you understand how important it is?
Wait,
Dad, keep your head down! Okay, everybody find some cover. Spread out along the wall.
Under the stairs! Look out, we got more grub!
Take them out. We gotta give them some time. It was always his work my father cared about. His research. He tried to save his work, and I tried to save him. I disobeyed orders to do it, and it cost us the battle. Couldn't blame them for court-martialing me, or for the life sentence. So the war went on while I was rotting in prison.
There it is! Raven inbound!
Marcus, we've got to go.
And I still couldn't save my father. But you can't save them all.
Now hear this. Marcus Phoenix and Hazard Watch to CIC immediately. Phoenix, Santiago, and Stratton, report to CIC immediately.
Yeah. I heard you the first time.
Hey, Phoenix, you looking for Santiago?
Elias donated $2. The role of women in Islam in a nutshell.
If a husband is praying with his wife, the wife should stand behind him. If a father is praying with his son, the son stands beside his father on his right side. If a father is praying with his daughter, she should stand behind him. If a father is praying with his son and daughter, the son stands beside him, and the daughter stands behind him. If a father is praying with his son and wife, the son stands beside him, and the wife stands behind him. If a father is praying with his wife, son, and daughter, the son stands beside him, and the wife and daughter stand in the row behind them. If there is more than one daughter, the daughters and wife stand in a row behind them. If a father is praying with more than one of his sons, they should all stand in the row behind him. If a father is praying with his wife and more than one of their sons, the sons should all stand in the row behind the father.
Yeah, basically, women are second-class citizens and they're basically shit. Thanks for that donation, Elias.
This guy acts totally the opposite as what we just saw. It's
Online-
crazy sad but funny at the same time. Turn down the volume, there's some screaming, but it's funny when it gets to the losses, a bit
And
into the
casinos
video.
are becoming more popular
Alright, let me
every
see.
day. And with the rise
Thanks
of
for
these
that
online
donation, Stitching
casinos
F up.
brings the rise of gambling streamers.
2.4 mil! Boom! $200,000! 200,000! Train! Wait! Alright! I'll take it, that's so good. Oh god. Holy shit, train! Let's go!
Payouts and reactions like this make the allure of these casinos look amazing. However, the cold reality of online gambling actually looks something like this.
Oh my god! It's on that bullshit again! Oh my god! It's doing that fucking bullshit, bro.
Some memories from my childhood in the Middle East when this stuff used to come on our satellite channels. Over there for a few months pretty soon. Wish me luck.
I would advise you not to ever go back to the Middle East. If you are lucky enough to get out, don't come back. It's just better that way, but, you know, you're an adult and you can make your own mistakes.
بديك الأمانة قبل ما أموت بتمنى إنك تحافظ عليها الأمانة هذه يا فرفور. وش الأمانة هذه يا جدي بتمنى احنا الارض ايام ال48. هذه الارض يا سيدي انا ورثتها من ابائي واجدادي، بتمنى انك تحافظ عليها. هذه الارض ارض جميله كلها مزروعه بالورد بالشجر الزيتون والنخل، بتمنى انك تحافظ عليها يا فرفور.
وش اسم هذه الارض يا جدي؟
هذه الارض اسمها تل الربيع، اما لقيت يا خساره اليهود سموها تل لبيب بعد ما احتلوها واخذوها يا جدي. هذه الامانه بتمنى انك تحافظ عليها يا فرفور، وهذا المفتاح بيكون معك لما ترجع البلاد. لما ترجع البلاد بتفتح فيه يا فرفور. انا يا فرفور
هذا يا جدي المفتاح.
هذا المفتاح. هذه كمان اوراق تثبت كمان الارض إلنا يا فرفور. هذه امانه معك يا فرفور. اوعى تفرط بالارض يا فرفور. اوعى تفرط بالارض يا فرفور.
يا جدي ما تخافش.
انا يا فرفور تعبان كتير.
لا يا جدي.
حاسس حالي بدي اموت.
لا يا جدي.
حاسس حالي اني قريب من ارض الربيع. بتمنى يا جدي انك تحافظ عليها.
حاضر يا
انا يا جدي. انا يا جدي.
لا يا جدي.
انا يا جدي.
Jesus.
وقتلوا كل الدنيا. ايش بدكم مني؟ ليش شهدتوني وجبتوني هنا؟
اقعد حبيبي فرفور، اقعد ارتاح.
بديش اقعد.
اقعد حبيبي فرفور.
يا فرفور طيب هاني متقعد. احكي لي شو بدك؟
سمعنا فرفور انه سيدك اعطاك مفاتيح الارض والوراق.
مين قال لك هذا الكلام؟
انت ما الك مين قال فرفور، لكن المطلوب فرفور.
طيب وايش المطلوب هذاك مني؟
المطلوب فرفور انه تعطينا اوراق الارض.
اوراق الارض اللي جدي اعطاني اياهم امانه عشان احافظ عليهم وعشان احرر فيهم القدس، واحرر لما تتحرر الاراضي انا واصدقائي نروح على ارضنا ونقعد فيها. انت اعطيك اياها انت؟ جدي ما قال لي اعطيك
احنا فرفور بدنا نشتري الارض. شري يا فرفور، بدنا نديك مصاري كتير. بدك تاخد مصاري كتير فرفور وناخد الاوراق فرفور. اوراق ولا حاجه فرفور.
لا مش احنا اللي بنبيع اراضينا لناس ارهابيين.
فرفور
نعم.
بدك تجيب الاوراق يعني بدك تجيب الاوراق.
مش سايب الاوراق ومش سايب ايه؟ مش سايب الاوراق.
فرفور
نعم مش سايب لك الاوراق.
بدك تجيب الاوراق فرفور. بدك تجيب الاوراق فرفور. بدك تجيبه يعني بدك تجيبه فرفور.
مش سايبه لناس مجرمين.
احنا هندول احنا ارهابيه فرفور. خد 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 جيب لي اوراق لك فرفور.
نعم أحبابنا الأطفال، لقد فقدنا أعز صديق لنا، فرفور. لقد استشهد فرفور وهو يدافع عن أرضه، يدافع عن أرض آبائه وأجداده. استشهد على أي
Yep, they're all brainwashed into this cult where they all want to kill Jews. But Palestinians, they're such a sweet people, and they have such a sweet religion.
المجرمين القتلة.
Absolute insanity.
Bro, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, dude, oh my god, stop! God damn it, man! Oh my god, dude. Dude, it takes it all every time with no remorse.
This is Austin Peterson, better known as Boss Man Jack.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, what is this? How did this turn off like that? Come on, dude, it's not real. That's not real!
Austin is a 28-year-old gambling streamer that still lives at home with his parents.
I wake up, I get breakfast fed to me, I get paid, I have no bills, no rent, I get to chill and just fucking not even work and just chill and gamble. Doesn't that sound nice?
And here's how Austin shows his appreciation to his parents for letting him stay in their home rent-free while he gambles away every last penny he has.
Oh my.
Alright guys, I'm sorry. Mom, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, please! Please! You're a idiot, you don't think! Oh my god! Dude! That's all you fucking do, Dad! That's all you do, Dad! Blame all your problems on me! Loser.
Moments like these happen just about every night on a Boss Man Jack stream.
I just fucking lost all my fucking money. I'm an idiot. Why would I do that? Why would I just do that? Look at my wall now. Oh my god.
Buckle up, people. We're in for a wild video. The early life of Boss Man Jack is kind of a mystery. Not much is known about his life growing up other than his extensive criminal record. At 19 years old, he was arrested for breaking into vehicles with 2 other people. And it seems like he didn't learn his lesson because a year later, when Austin was 20, he would be arrested again for the same thing. And one thing Boss Man Jack really doesn't like is when this is brought up on stream by his chat.
I started stealing to support my habit, bro. I hung out with the wrong people, and karma bit me in my ass. Karma bit me so hard in the ass, and I deserve every bit of it, and I'm still not the same. I will never be the same again after I got arrested for stealing out of fucking cars, dude. Innocent people's fucking cars, bro. I am not like that, bro, at all, man. And these motherfuckers trying to make me look like such a piece of shit, dude.
Boss Man Jack started streaming old school RuneScape on Twitch back in 2019 under the username Austin07. And for those veteran RuneScape players in the audience like myself, you hear gambling and RuneScape in the same video and know exactly where this is going. The most popular thing Jack would stream in old school RuneScape was a form of gambling called dueling. Before Jagex removed this aspect from RuneScape, players would go to the duel arena and wager money in fights against each other. And Jack took dueling very seriously.
God, a -8! Oh my fucking god, no way! Are you fucking shitting me, dude? No, bro, no!
As you can imagine, this did not go his way very often.
Bruh, I don't know how the fuck people play RuneScape. It is such a stupid shit game.
Often.
Jagex, what the fuck, man? This is fucking bullshit, bro! This is fucking bullshit! Fuck you guys! Fuck you guys, man! Fuck you guys!
You'll notice his mom still had a door to shut at this point in the story, but that's gonna change very soon. After the duel arena was banned, another way Jack would gamble on RuneScape was through something called high-risk fighting. Players wear items worth millions of gold, or just straight up hold gold in their inventory and fight to the death. Winner takes all.
Please, dude! Oh my god, dude! No, I lost it! Oh well. It's all gone. I lost it all. Typical.
Boss Man Jack quickly became known as a debt streamer on RuneScape, constantly taking loans from his viewers to try and gamble with. And as you can imagine, this went as well as you could think.
Please fucking help me, man. Please help me right now, dude. Please, man. I need the help, dude. Please stop doing this to me, man. Please, dude. Stop making me fucking lose over and over again, dude. Please. Please, Jagex. I'm fucking begging you guys, man. Please stop doing this to me, man. God damn, dude.
And he wouldn't just gamble his viewers' loan gold, he would also be caught selling it for money in real life.
I'll sell it to you cheap. Good price. I'll do it for $50, dude. Fuck it. $50. I'll save you some money. Is that cool?
Boss Man Jack would rack up an impressive 30 billion gold debt during his time streaming RuneScape.
Bro, how much would they got a damn it 30 fucking bill? 30 bill debt. 30, not 10, not 5. 30 fucking bill debt. What am I supposed to do about that?
And for some reason, Jack thought it would be a good idea to try his luck at real gambling, transitioning from streaming RuneScape to streaming himself playing slot machines like XQC or Trainwrecks. And as hard as it is to believe, he actually did pretty well in the beginning, even managing to become debt-free.
Oh my god! Yo! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Yo! Oh my god! I'm debt-free! I'm debt-free! I'm debt-free! I'm debt-free! It's been months! It's been fucking months! It's been months out this motherfucker! It's been months out this motherfucker! Oh my god!
Eventually, Twitch would ban gambling from their platform, and Austin would move to Kick to continue streaming slots and other things alike. His new name on Kick would be Boss Man Jack, and this is where all of his gambling luck ran out.
Fuck, dude!
This is a nightly occurrence on a Boss Man Jack stream. I have watched this man be up thousands and thousands of dollars, but he never knows when to quit. He is just too greedy for his own good.
Greedy? What do you mean? Of course I'm greedy. I want big money. You fucking retard. You want small money. You got big money.
One time I watched Jack win and lose $10,000 twice in a matter of 5 minutes.
Yes! Yes! Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god, what a streak. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Come on. Oh! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! Holy shit! I'm gonna keep going.
Bruh.
Oh no. No! Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh.
The amount of highs and lows in those clips is insane. You also might notice in these clips that Boss Man Jack no longer has a door on his hinges, and all that is left is a curtain that has been put up in its place. That is because he has literally destroyed it over time through his fits of rage after losing all of his money.
No! I lost it all! Alright guys, I'm sorry!
Destroying his parents' property is one of his favorite things to do when he's angry. If you take a look at the wall behind him, he has also punched and kicked that in to the point where he now has to hang a towel over it to cover it up.
Oh my god! Dude! I just fucking lost all my fucking money.
I'm an idiot. Why would I do that? Why would I just do that? Look at my wall now. Oh my god.
Nothing in Jack's room is safe from his rage. He destroys chairs, keyboards, headsets, basically whatever he can get his hands on.
I just lost so much money! Oh my god, fuck my life. I just broke my computer screen. I'm a dumbass. I just broke my computer screen. I'm not kidding. It is totally broken. Oh my god, I just broke my computer screen. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot.
Another thing Boss Man Jack likes to do, other than destroy things in his room, is beg his viewers for money to gamble with.
Bro, can somebody please help me, bro? Please. What are all these new names in my chat? Where are my fucking usual people at? Can no one help me? Who are all these fucking people in my chat, dude? Who are these people? Can anybody help me, dude? Please? Please, someone help me, man. Please, with just a little something, dude. Please, man. I got nothing. I'm gonna be up all night tonight, dude. I'm gonna be up all night. I have nothing.
I personally believe Jack begs more than DSP, and that should really tell you something. And believe it or not, people actually throw thousands and thousands of dollars at this guy to continue to gamble with.
Oh my fucking god. A fucking grand. Oh my gosh. There is no way, dude. Oh my gosh, bro. What the hell? I cannot believe you just juiced me a fucking stack.
Just a couple nights ago, he was donated $3,000 and lost it in under 10 minutes.
I know I shouldn't come here, but... Oh my god. Fuck you, dude. Man, fuck you. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to fucking...
And if he doesn't get crazy donations, he will resort to doing things like offering to shave his head and mustache for money.
Do this. I'll shave it right now for 300 to 1,000. Dude, that would be fucking incredible. 300 to 1,000. Come on, man. I'll shave it right now. I'll shave it right... I'll do it right now. What do you say? Dude, that would be amazing. All right, 150 to 1,000. Here we go. All right, here we go. I'm gonna go right down the middle, and y'all can take a picture. Okay. That didn't come out yet.
On a slot machine or a Plinko game. Just the other night, Jack was up $31,000. Yes, he had 31 grand in his account and the ability to walk away, even calling his dad and telling him that he needs to go to the bank immediately.
Nice, times 9. That one on the right! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! No way! Oh my god, dude! Oh my god, dude! No way! Oh my god, dude! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Dad! Dad! I just put $31,000 in my kid! You have to help me with this! $31,000 can help get me into the bank tomorrow. I don't know. Oh my f***ing god. Now what were you saying about not letting me cook? Oh my f***ing god. I just hit 1,000x. I just hit oh my god. Good times, man. Now it's all gone. I lost it all. I'm an idiot. What can I say? I'm a fucking retard. I'll never learn. I just keep doing the same shit. Oh, come on. Oh my gosh, what the fuck was that?
Now you might be like me and find yourself wondering how his parents don't burst into the room and stop him from wasting 30 grand. If this man-child was my son and he told me he just won 30 grand, I would do anything in my power to make sure he didn't blow it on a virtual slot machine. Austin's parents are a bit older and rightfully terrified of their son and how he acts. I don't know why they haven't tried to remove him from their residence after the amount of property damage and undeniable stress he causes to them, and I believe there is definitely a high level of enabling going on inside of this household, or else Austin wouldn't be the person he is today. Just listen to how he speaks to his parents.
Mom, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, please! Please! You're a fucking idiot, you don't think! God damn! Oh my fucking god! Look at this bullshit, chat! God damn, I'm so sorry, chat. Dude, oh my fucking god. Oh my man! Blame all your problems on me! Fucking loser. You go fuck, dude. You such a hey, buddy! You need to fucking get the fuck out of my life! Come here, what are you doing? I'm filming this. I'm getting myself up. You guys wanna see this bullshit? I have to show you guys what the fuck this weirdo does to me.
He truly is a nightmare inside this house, and like I said, this is pretty much an everyday occurrence on a Boss Man Jack.
You're 22. Oh, I just lost it all. Have a great night, guys. Fuck my life, dude. I fucking hate my life, dude. I fucking hate my life, bro. Fuck my life, dude. I wish I could just fucking, dude. Oh my fucking god, bro. God, I need money so bad, bro.
Particularly brutal thing to watch. And if Austin doesn't get this under control soon, I don't know how much longer we'll be seeing him do this. If Boss Man Jack reminds you of yourself or someone you know.
Yeah, that's, relatively retarded.
It's okay. I know where to find him.
Lambent stocks detected. Damage response team muster at hangar deck. All personnel.
Come on, Dom. Armor up.
I've got crops to take care of. If we don't grow it, we don't eat it, remember?
I think the radishes can cope without you for a while.
Okay, let's get this over with.
Deck 2, secure all hatches. See safety team. Close up on deck 2. Prepare for inbound rain.
The Raven's coming back. Sam and Cole just took off for supplies.
Huh. Maybe Baird forgot his wallet.
Come on, Jace. Work to do. It's Stock City out there.
All right. Give me a second. Damn. Nearly got it that time.
That candy's like 10 years old, man. You're gonna puke your guts up.
Yeah, well, that's a price I'm willing to pay.
Guys, CIC, now.
This is Captain Michelson to all ship's company. We've now entered Lambent water. Go to Alert State 1 and secure for action.
At least the old man still takes the threat seriously. Folks seem to forget how we ended up like this.
Out of sight. You came between Dom and his radishes, Lieutenant. This better be good.
Good? Probably not. A shock? Yeah. Guess who's come back from the dead?
Do I get a prize if I'm right?
Chairman Prescott.
No shit.
You mean ex-Chairman Prescott?
That asshole. He ran out on us 18 months ago. What's he expecting now, red carpet?
I'm waiting to find out.
Warship Sovereign.
Hang on.
This is KR-01 requesting permission to land. One passenger, Chairman Prescott.
KR-01, this is Sovereign. You are clear to land. Deck team standing by.
Wonder where Prescott managed to find a helicopter. He sure as hell didn't leave with one.
He never called, he never sent flowers.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this shit.
I'll get the popcorn.
Damn, stocks are gonna do some real damage one day.
Nash, get out of there! They're behind you, Nash!
Action stations! Action stations! Lambent attack, starboard bow. Unidentified variant.
Unidentified variant?
New kind of glowy. Great time for a debut. Come on, people. Let's get up there.
Landing is aborted. Standing off until deck is secured. Ready to assist where we can. 01 out.
What the hell is that? I haven't seen that shit before.
They blow up just the same.
Come on, get him off the ship. All clear.
Sovereign to KR-01, you are clear to land.
Big Craig replied, he is not interested. Yeah, what a fucking surprise. He's a retard. Let me see the fucking actual video.
Vegan.
Oh.
When will you move to the US to arm yourself properly? Also, what types of guns would you prioritize getting first in order? What is VG's taste in guns? Make more motovlogs, Darky. Kiss kiss.
If I win the lottery, I might move to the US. Otherwise, probably won't. I can still get guns here. First gun I get is probably going to be a shotgun. What's my taste in guns? Favorite guns would probably have to be pistols and shotguns. But, I'll do some more motovlogs soon. Thanks for the donation, Oakout. What a loser, dude. All these people are fucking losers. What a fucking surprise. Yeah, I'm stupid. Veganism's dumb. Penguin Zero destroyed you. Okay, want to debate? No. Uh-huh. Yeah, it's typical shit.
The forward lift is being raised for you. Stand by.
Copy that, Sovereign.
Bet he strolls back in here like nothing happened.
Better park that nice new Raven carefully.
Let's give the traditional stranded one. Strip the chopper for parts.
You think he knows that the cog fell apart after he disappeared?
You think he cares? Chairman Prescott, welcome to what's left of the cog.
I'll have answers for you, ladies and gentlemen. But later. I need to see Colonel Hoffman immediately.
Hoffman's been gone almost as long as you have, Chairman.
He's dead?
He left to take a group of civilians to Anvilgate. Captain Michelson's the senior officer now. Not that we have much of a military left.
I'd better talk to the gallant captain then. I have a mission for him. Oh, and Sergeant Phoenix, you'll want to see this.
This better not be a shopping list. Let's go check it out.
Who the hell does that asshole think he is?
Prescott's gonna find out an ex-chairman doesn't count for shit with Michelson.
Action stations. Landed
Now
and boarded the ship.
We just
are
stood
under
down.
attack.
Shit, they're attacking! Let's go, people! Sooner we kill these things, sooner we get to CIC and find out what's important on this goddamn disc.
So which idiot said he wanted to see some action for a change? Well, here comes the three.
Trackers!
Ship's company. Remain at action stations until we are clear of lambent waters.
Yeah, good idea. Let's get upstairs and see
What up,
what's on
Kenny?
the
What's
disc.
up, dude?
There. Finally got it.
Marcus,
If you get this message, if you're still alive, I need your help.
Oh, God.
This time I really am asking
Marcus.
for your help. Please.
It's your father.
Listen.
Yeah, I
It's
noticed.
complicated and I don't have much
Wait,
time.
but I thought
Leave it, Jace.
I'm being held prisoner by the Locust. I've developed a solution for the Lambent problem. They think they can use it to kill humans as well, but they don't realize...
Marcus, he knows about the Lambent. And he looks older than when...
Than when we saw him die. I know. If he's still alive, I've got to find him. Any way to tell when this was recorded?
There's no date code. Hang on.
They don't realize that it won't save the Locust. Sarah's dying, Marcus. The whole planet's infected. It's the emotion that's killing it. It was always the emotion, you see, and I can stop it. I understand it all now. I've tried to contact you over the years, but I've been up.
Damn machine. Baird's never here when you need him.
Brace! 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 Brace for impact!
I'll figure out a way to decode the rest of that disc, Marcus. We'll find it.
Come on! Everybody get out there and finish these assholes!
Yeah.
This is the chairman.
Great, now he wants coffee.
I'm under attack in the captain's cabin. Michelson's badly wounded. I can't hold them off alone. We require immediate assistance.
Prescott, this is Phoenix. Hold on, we're coming. Come on, move it. We gotta get down there. Prescott can't handle this on his own.
we breached the deck below. Come on, let's get down there.
Thanks for the membership, Legend of Pork Chop.
Get out of here! Go, go, go! You fucked up my tomatoes, you assholes!
Come on, stop them before they get below deck! Get a move on! We've got to help Prescott! Anyone near the lift controls? Raise the deck lift!
You got it, Phoenix!
Nice!
Fire! 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 Fire in the galley flat! Fire control team to the galley flat!
Sovereign to all KR units off ship. We are under heavy Lambent attack. The ship has been boarded and we require support.
There's a fire! Grab the extinguisher!
I want to make videos but stuck on deciding the niche between gaming and fitness. What do you think about those two and what kind of videos would you make? Share your YouTube knowledge with me, Master Gains.
Make whatever videos you want to make, dude. So you can make both. There's no reason why you can't. So just do whatever you want to do with your YouTube channel, man. There's no right or wrong answer. I kind of do both. I do veganism, I do politics, I do gaming on the live streams, so you can do whatever you want. That's kind of the benefit of this sort of work. You can talk about whatever you want, you know, do whatever you want. So just take advantage of that and do whatever the hell you want to do. Thanks for the donation, though, Curious George.
Let's get these fires under control!
Prescott better not be dead. Not yet.
It's too bad they don't have retro lancers in this part of the game.
Prescott, keep your fucking head down!
You must take off! Why not? We'll find someone to do it! Oh, very well. Stand by.
Yeah, this is Gears of War 3.
Michelson's gone.
Phoenix, get down to the hangar. The helicopters are under attack. We need to get them airborne right away.
Are you wounded?
Yes, but
Then you stay
Assassin
here.
is
You don't
asking
move
why
until we
you
get
dodged
back.
in that
Understood?
comment section. Dodged what? Oh, what is that guy name? What's that guy's name again? Craig something?
Vegan.
Provide an argument here and try not to dodge. What? If you want to debate, then message me and we'll set up a live debate. Why would I bother arguing with someone in a YouTube comment section? Fucking idiot. Like, why the fuck do people think I want to waste my time arguing with them in a fucking comment section? Like, I have Instagram, I have my email publicly available, just fucking email me, and I'll fucking debate you. I'm gonna waste my time going back and forth in a fucking comment section like a retard?
I'll try not to get myself killed, Sergeant.
Yeah, you do that. I'm not the conversational type. But when I get back, I want a nice, long chat.
I'll come back and give you first aid as soon as we've got the choppers away, okay?
We should have handcuffed him to a pipe. In case he does another disappearing act.
He's not going anywhere without his chopper. Delta to hangar deck. KR units. Anyone down there? We've got to get those Ravens in the air.
Delta, this is KR-03. My bird's attacked, but my crew's down. I need a hand.
Hang tight. We're on our way.
Oh, shit! You hear that? Sounds like more polyps.
Damn it, they're in the pipes. Clear them out. We got a pilot waiting. Lock and load. Prescott, you still there?
I'm not dead yet, Sergeant, if that's what you mean.
Just checking. I'd hate to lose you all over again. We're almost there. We just have to get through the storeroom.
It's been pretty hairy down here, Phoenix. We lost a lot of men. We still got 2 Ravens unable to lift off.
Dude, you'd die so
okay.
quickly from the smoke inhalation. Smoke is so fucking dangerous. Ah, damn it. Great.
Frag out! Come on, get that chopper out of here!
She's dead. We can't raise the lift.
You just worry about getting that Raven in the air. We'll take care of the lift. Minor delays, Hero One. Gotta clear some glowies first. Glowing. Okay, let's get to the control room. One away, one to go. KR-03, are you ready to launch?
I'm pinned down at Bay 3. I can do with a hand here.
Hang tight, we're on our way. Nice! Time to turn and burn. We'll be your new crew.
Great. As soon as I start the engine, get the left brake.
Look out!
Holy shit! What the hell's that?
It's not a stock.
Look out! It's coming back!
It's a goddamn Leviathan! Come on, people, give it everything you got!
Holy shit! How big is that thing?
Nice! Let's get up top and sink that bitch before we lose anyone else. Find the lift controls. Down. Everybody on the lift.
Smell that smoke?
Prepare to evacuate. All non-essential personnel, report to lifeboats immediately. Prepare to evacuate.
That doesn't sound good.
Yo, the whole deck's on fire! Come on, flood it! If it spreads, we'll lose the fuel tanks!
Find a valve and get the irrigation pumps going! We need to open 2 more!
Look out! There's one landing on decks!
Trages!
We're cut off! Find the water valve!
All right, that's 2. 1 more to go.
Hey, get out of there! Those tanks are gonna blow! Oh, damn it!
That thing can't take a hit.
Everyone okay?
We must be in engineering. Miracle we didn't get killed.
Marcus, woo! That's one big ugly motherfucker.
Cole, can you see this shit? Where's your bird?
Maybe we got a grandstand view. We're crossing the bridge right above the ship.
Any way you can kill this thing from where you are?
Putting it scientifically, we need to blow his brains out his ass.
We'll get Baird to come up with an idea. Come on, we've got to find a way back up to the flight deck.
All lifeboats away. I repeat, all lifeboats away.
Watch the tentacles! Look out! It's smashing through the deck! before that thing comes back.
Marcus, while you were taking a break, the blonde genius had an idea. Can you lower that bitch to the front end so we can give it a headache?
Animals just love me. Stand by, Cole. We're gonna need a bigger cattle prod. Let's use the 2 silverbacks in the maintenance bay.
Marcus, run! That thing's gonna find us!
Okay, the 2 silverbacks are in that bay. Let's get the door open.
This is gonna be fun. Oh my God!
It's back! Get that thing off the ship! Come on, brass it up!
Go for the ice! Keep shooting till it moves! Man!
Hold it off! Shoot it in the face!
Hey, where'd it go? Think it's giving up?
Probably getting its second wind. Come on, drive it up front! Keep firing!
Oh, shit, we're cornered. That thing's smarter than it looks. We've got to get it right under the bridge. Keep shooting. It's almost there. Keep firing. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that hurt?
Leviathan in position. You ready?
Go! Give us a minute!
Tell Verdi's just blowing shit up. Not like the goddamn symphony.
Yeah, but we got our own problems up here.
Oh, you're gonna be scraping us up in a bucket if you don't get a move on.
We'll find some cover fast, or else you're gonna be swimming in some glowy gravy.
Cover, Delta!
Beer trumpy tickers!
What the hell's he thinking? Run!
Hey, I thought you'd enjoy the witty irony of Grub on Glowy Island.
Yeah, fucking hilarious! You're gonna blow up the whole ship, genius! Get clear! Jump!
Hey, Carmine. You all right? You're awfully quiet.
Someone's gotta be, with Baird yapping all the time.
Oh, I could gag him if you like. Be my treat.
Remind me why we thought Hanover was a good place to look for supplies? Maybe you got it.
I almost forgot to share this piece of information with you regarding why there aren't many RCTs on gender-affirming care and mental health. Apparently, it's methodologically inappropriate.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a huge ethical issue to assign somebody to a treatment group if they need it, or a non-treatment group if they do need it. So yeah, thanks for the donation though, finger my ass.
I trust the coal train to find the goods. This is my turf, Cougar's territory.
Yeah, 'cause that's gonna count for a lot right now. Okay, 7-0, we'll call you back if we find something.
Roger that. Good hunting.
All
This
right.
is home, eh, Cole?
Classy.
I am going to go nighty-night now because it is quite late, but hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And sweet dreams, I should see you all tomorrow. Nighty-night.